I will show you how you can create this world in Unreal Engine 5. If you want to create your own games and want to learn how to create big worlds, then this tutorial is for you. We will use KitBash3D Mission to Minerva Kit to create a believable world in Unreal Engine 5. You will learn how to organize your assets to create big open worlds. Then you will learn how to assemble those assets to quickly decorate your levels. We will also go through the landscape techniques and how to modify materials to make our levels look nicer. You will also learn how to use the modeling tools to change models inside Unreal and add custom collision to objects to make a playable level. Lastly, we will import the spaceship created in our previous tutorial so we can fly around the level we created. So let's get started by downloading our assets from kitbash3d.com. In my case, I'm going to choose Mission to Minerva. But if you browse here, you will be able to see other assets that you may want to choose. But for the purpose of this tutorial, we're going to use this one. And because there is a contest going on right now, the price is 0. But no worries, if you're watching this from the future, we got some coupon codes for discount in the description. So you just need to go to the 3D software and choose Unreal, and then go to the render engine, and then just add to cart, go to the payout process, and you just need to download it. And once you have it, you have Vision to Minerva. You can view my kits here. As you can see, I have another one, and then I will choose this one. I can just choose 3D software, choose Unreal, go to native, and I can choose the resolution 1K, 2K, or 4K. In my case, I'm just gonna choose 2K, and I'm just gonna click download, and I will get the files. Once you download the project from KitBash, you will see a folder that contains the project of Unreal Engine 5. So if you go here and go right click and then switch Unreal Engine version, you will see that I'm using the 5.0. In the future, there may be newer versions in Unreal Engine, so just make sure to use the latest version in that moment. And once you double click on this, you will open the project. Once you open Unreal Engine 5, you will see a window similar like this one. What you have here, this big screen here, is the viewport, which is the representation of how your game will look like. In the right, you have a bunch of options. You can see the objects that you have in your scene, in your level, and some properties here. Now, let's see how you can navigate around Unreal. First, you can right click and then just move around. While holding the right mouse click, you can just press W to move forward, S to go back, A to go left, and D to go right. And you can press E to go up and Q to go down. So just by doing this, you already have a lot of flexibilities, kind of like a first-person game where you can just right-click and with WASD, you can just move around. Okay. The next thing is, of course, the left mouse click. You can just navigate like if you were in a spaceship just by holding the left mouse click. Okay. And then with the middle mouse click, you can just pan around. That's the basics of it. Now, here you will see a gizmo here. Here you have the move, the rotate, and the scale. The move will allow you to move some things. For example, if I click on this one, you can just go here and move the object in the level. Okay, as you can see, when I'm clicking on this, you can see that the onliner highlights this actor. Let's try to place another actor. For example, we can go here to the green plus icon. We can go to shapes and we can put a cube here. Drag it here. And now, if you want to get close to the object, instead of navigating like this, you can just press F. Instead of clicking here, you can use W, E, or R to scale, rotate, and move. Okay? The next thing is the snapping. We're gonna take a look at this later. But basically, you can snap your objects when you move it, when you rotate it, and when you scale it. For example, if I were to change this number to 500, you can see that my grid becomes bigger. Now I can just click here, and my object will snap in 500 units. The same with 10. I can snap by 10 units, or if I don't want to snap, I can just click here and I will have a free transform. As you can see, if you see the right while I'm doing this, the properties are changing here on the right. Okay, this means that we can also change the properties here, and the actor will also change the location. The location, the rotation, and the scale is called the transform, and this will allow you to know where in your level your object is. Okay, so that's pretty much it. We will go into all these little details later, but for now, I just want you to know how to navigate inside Unreal. Okay, so how do we check where are our assets? Well, the easiest way is to just press Ctrl space to open the content drawer. Okay, this will have a window here where you can check the folders. I have a bunch of folders here, but the one you're looking for is called this Mission to Minerva. You can also go here to Window, go to Content Browser, and you can check any content browser you want. For example, the Content Browser 1, I already have my assets here. Okay, so if I click here on Mission Minerva, you will see that I have actors, geometries, materials, and textures. For example, if I click on textures, you will see all the textures that this kit is using, which is a lot. And if I go to geometries, you will see here that I also have a lot of meshes here. Exactly 648 meshes. That's a lot of meshes. When working with this kind of content, it's always a good idea to create collections. Collections are what you see here. For example, I can click on the demo here, and you will see that I have a collection of assets that I will use later on. I can click here, and you will see that I have a bunch of assets that I selected before so that I can organize myself a little bit. I will show you how you can create this collection. So if I go here to my Mission Minerva and then go to geometries, I can just click the plus icon and then create a local collection. This collection will be my tutorial demo. And now I can just go to geometries and I can just select anything. For example, I can select these two assets here and I can just drag them here. And now you can see that I have two assets. Let me just grab another one, for example, this one. And now I have three assets here. Now it will be much easier for me to work with this. So how can I drag these assets? Well, we can just go back here and then press Ctrl space. We can check our collection here and we can go to our tutorial demo and you can just drag and drop this. You can see that the assets are already game ready. These are super high quality assets with really nice materials, nice modeling. They really made a nice work on creating these assets. So all you need to do is just to drag them and create the world you want. I can drag this one here. I can move it around. I can move this one. Okay, I can drag another one. And you get the idea. I can press E to rotate. I can rotate some objects. That's great. Now, let me show you what you can do with these assets. Because when you have a lot of assets like this, for example, even here in this collection, I have more than 100 assets, it's a good idea to organize yourself. So I will show you the concept of gyms. Now let me delete these assets here. Let me just click here and then Control click to select multiple assets, and I can just delete here. Okay, let me just delete the cube we created before, and there you go. Now I will press Control space to go to my content drawer, and I already prepare these collections here. So what can you do? Well, a gym is basically a level where you can organize assets so that your team or yourself can have a better view of how to use them. For example, I can drag this asset here. Okay, I can move it here. And if I want to have a bigger floor, I can just press R to scale, and I can just go here and make it bigger. Also, I can go here to the scale and type maybe like 100 and 100 here. And this will give me enough space. Let me just go here and move the asset. Let's go back with control space and let's move all the assets. Just like this. Go back to the other one. Go back for this one. Okay. Couple more. There you go. Okay, so I have all my assets here. What you want to do with this is to try to organize yourself a little bit. For example, you can put some big buildings here. I will put the big buildings here. Maybe this is also considered big, so I will group it here. These ones are smaller, so I will just put them here. Okay, and I can put this one here. And the rest of the assets can be like medium-sized assets. So I can organize my assets in any way I want. I can decide which assets can go where, and I can decide what kind of categories I want to create. Okay, for example, I can come back here. I can go here to this one. I can just create for grab maybe this asset here, which is really small. And that can give me another category. Let's just say small props that I can use to decorate. Now, what you can do here is to create a text actor. So you can just go here and type text. And now you can go to text render actor, put it here, press F to focus, and you will see that I have some text here. Let me rotate this so I can take a better look at it. And what I will do is to change the size, for example, something like 400 or maybe 800. And I will put this like, for example, big asset. Okay, I can also change the color here in the properties. You see that by scrolling down, I can browse different properties. Different actors will have different properties. For example, the static mesh will have different properties here. You can take a look at the materials, the static mesh itself, and some other physics properties. In the case of this one, you have a bunch of properties unique to the text actor. So you can, for example, change the color to something like this. And now you can just alt and left click and move it. So you can put, for example, this one will be my buildings, something like that. This one will be my medium props. And then this one can be like my small prop. There you go. So if I want to put more assets here, I can easily find something like this size, and I can find them easier in my map. The next thing I can do is, of course, save the level. And let's just go to my tutorial. I will put this test gym, and I will just save it. And just like this, we have created a gym. Now, the next thing we're going to do is to create a collection of assets that we can reuse in your game. So once you got the assets here, it's a good idea to play with them to see what you can create. For example, I can go here and alt click this asset, and I can do the same here to duplicate. I can go here to duplicate again, and this one we want to put the snapping here. Maybe we want to put it on 0. We want something like that. Okay, we want to move it a little bit. Let's go back and try to duplicate all of this, and then this ones. There you go. So now that you have this, you can create something unique. For example, I can go here. And for example, these tubes can connect to this building here. Or something like this. I can just put it here, for example, something like that. And it can be believable. Okay. Uh, let's just go here. The idea is to try to play with the shapes. For example, I can come here and rotate this around. Okay, something like that. And I can just move this like this. And looks like this is a good angle. So let's try to connect these pieces here. As you can see, all the pieces are modular, which means that by themselves, they may not do great things, but together you can create more complex things here. For example, I can just put this one here if I want it. And then I can come back here. And with this asset, I can just move it here and rotate it. Or maybe I can just, let's see if we can put it in position here. Okay. Okay, that looks nice. Like something you can put here and then goes into the tubes. I can also come back here and move these assets here. For example, I can move this asset here. I can either replace this one for this one. In my case, I will just leave it like that. I can just put it here. Or I can just leave it like this. If I want it, I can just rotate this around, move it. Okay, I can just put it wherever, or I can just go here and I can just connect this one with this one. The idea is to um, play with the shapes, not think too much about what is this for. Think about what different shapes you can create. And then I can just come here with smaller props. I can rotate them. I can move them here. Okay, I can just put it in the ground. Something like that. And then I can just move the towers here to have some smaller buildings. I can have like this tower if I want. Something like this. And there you go. Let's just say these are my props. Let me just move this down a little bit by control click. I can just place this in the ground, which will be more believable. And then I can just move this one here. Something like that. Okay. So now that I have this, let me just delete this one. I don't think I'm gonna use it. Or maybe I can just put it here. There you go. Perfect. So now I have a little base that I can use. Now, as you can see, it took some time to place these meshes. And that's normal. It usually takes time to decorate games. This is why we can group them into new assets that we can reuse in the future. So let's click on all of them. And let me just move this one down so everything is on the floor. And also this one, we can just move it here. You don't need to be exact, it's okay. There you go. Perfect. So now let's just click on all of them. Just by control and clicking. And just to make sure, let's just move it around. Okay, we got everything. Control C if you want to go back. So now what I will do is just right click, go to level, and then create packed level actor. Okay, when you right click on any object, you will have some options. In our case, we're going to go to level and then create packed level actors. In this window, we will check external actors. Okay, and then put the pivot time on the minimum Z axis. In this case, it will be in the center of this, and it will be on Z, let's just say in the ground. Okay, you can put it in the center if you want, or any particular actor of your choice. In my case, I just want to put it in the center. Let's click OK, and it will show us the um, you know, the folder where we want to save this. Let's just go here, right click, clear new folder, and let's call this mass. Okay, double click here, and you will call this mass underscore I don't know, maybe factory big 01, so that we know like this is like a big asset. Okay, you can also try to change your convection. You can put like L or XL or M or S, just like closest, like if you feel more comfortable. The idea is that you organize yourself, create assets that you can find them easier later. So I can just put this like, I don't know, big. Okay, and I can just save this. Then it will ask me for a blueprint. I can just right click here, type blueprints, double click here, and I will just put this name here. So now that we have done this, you will see that my assets are now combined into one single actor in the outliner. I cannot longer select each one of them individually. Okay, so what you can do with this? So whenever you check the materials like this, is because the shaders are compiling. So when you create new assets, let me just hide this floor for the moment by pressing H. And let me go here to the lead mode and go to buffer and go to specular. This thing you see here, it's called silhouette. And if you have paint before something, you know that the silhouettes are important. In my case, this is my silhouette here. Okay. Now, different silhouettes will have different feelings. Okay. In your case, you can think of this as one single asset. Different sides of this group will have basically different silhouettes that you can reuse. So the idea is to make the silhouettes as different as possible. You can think of it like a cube. For example, let me draw a cube here. You can think of it as different sides of the cube will have different things. For example, this side will look like this, and this side will look different. Okay, this gives you a lot of flexibility because what you can do is reuse this cube and rotate it around. And then when you put the cube here, maybe this will be B, like A will be behind this, and let's just say this is another right there you go, this is another face. So as you rotate them, then you can have a D, and you can rotate like this to show this face, or rotate like this to show the face in the bottom. The same for this. You can think of it like a big cube where each side has different things to show. So let me Control H to get back our floor. What you can do here is basically Alt click, and you can just rotate it. And you can create different things. For example, you can put this one here. Now let me play our game so that you see what I'm doing. When I play my game, I'm gonna see things like this. Okay, and I won't really know that the other part of the game is having the same layout, but because it's rotated, I will think that it's different. Okay? Now, how can we edit this? Well, we can just go here and then right click, go to level, and then go to edit. So for example, let's just say you want to have different towers here. What you can do is to go here and duplicate this one. There you go. And maybe you want to make this one bigger. You can click here to have a uniform scale. And just by doing this, you will make a bigger tower here. I don't recommend you to scale these things too much, but you can do it if you want. For me, 1.3 to 1.7, you won't really see the difference. If you put it too much, maybe the scale will be a little bit off. So let's just say we have a bigger building. We can also duplicate these buildings here if we want to populate more our, let's just call this our prop. And we can come back here. We can rotate this around and put it into position. For example, we can put it here. There you go. So let's just say this is our new layout. Now, as you can see, everything that is not my actor that I select is gray. It means we're updating this instance. This is another instance of this blueprint. So when we save the changes here, go to level and then go to commit, you will see that my instances are automatically updated in all the instance that I have in my level. I can go here and I can rotate this around. I can even go here to rotate it like this if I want, or I can just go 40 degrees. It doesn't have to be like 90 degrees all the time. I can just come back here. And just like this, I have created a small little city. Now, this may be a little bit too much. So this is why we want to create bigger variations. But this is a great way for you to basically populate bigger worlds faster. Now that you get the idea behind these gym worlds that you can use to basically create any kind of group asset to create different variations, I want to show you the map I created, because this thing can really take a lot of hours. I'm not going to show you in the tutorial, but basically what I did was the same you saw here. So let's just open the map. I will go to my content browser. And here I already have a map called Minerva Gym. Let's just save everything. And then control space, double click on this one. And now you will see that I have much more assets than before. In my case, I organize the assets like in these categories, like bridge, like for all the bridge assets, either these ones or these ones for the player or for the vehicles. I put floors, basically big platforms where I can just walk in. I can put stairs for any kind of stairs. I put big buildings for buildings that are kind of big, so that I know they will occupy a lot of space. I put mid buildings for this kind of things. Big props, basically things I can put to decorate my environment. Not only have buildings, but also have like some props here. And you can see that the pack already comes with a lot of options. I can have this, I can have this. I have a lot of room to play with the kit. It's really complete. You have a lot of options. You have the medium props, which is basically this medium-sized props that I can use. Okay. And then I have the small props, which are basically from the size of my character here. There you go. something like this. So then I have the vehicle, okay, and that's it. um, I don't want to create this in the tutorial, otherwise you will watch me like 2 hours just drag and dropping from here, like from my KitBash models. I can just drag and drop this one. Okay, which category is this one? I can just move it here. Okay. Um, so I already have this something to create like another kit. So let's just create something with this. I can just move this around. Okay, and then me just make sure to select everything. Let's move it. Okay, so now let's create another group based on this one. Let me right click, level, create pack level actor. Just leave it like this. And then we can go here, and this will be my factory pick number 2. And the blueprint will be here. So what you can have here, it's basically different presets that you can use in your game later on when we want to create our massive world. This will become super useful because I can go here to the other one I created, and just like this, I can have just different environments. And very quickly, you will see that as I rotate this once, I'm also creating much bigger worlds. And if I play here, I can just see everything like this. Okay. Now, if you want to have the character here, I already have my first person character, sorry. I will show you how you can import your own character. So let's go to Control Space, go to Add, and then Add Feature or Content Pack, and I will show the third person. I will just add to project. And just by doing this, I'm already adding a third person characters, and it will import all the folders that are required to run this blueprint. So I can go to world settings here. If you don't see it, go to Windows, just here, world settings. You can just click here if you don't see it. And here you can go to the game mode and override the game mode. Like, for example, third person game mode. You can just go here. And once I override it, I can just right click, play from here. And you will see that I have a third person character. It's up to you if you want to use the first person, just like to feel like you're playing like Cyberpunk or something, or you want the third person to play around. Personally, I like the third person view, so we're gonna use this one for this tutorial. But feel free to change the camera mode if you like. So I created some kits on my side. It took a while, like 1 hour or something, so I'm not gonna show it. It's just the same process with it. So let me just hide this floor to show you more of the kits we're gonna use. First, I have this road that it's modular, so I can just, I just duplicated some assets here and created an instance for this. For example, I can create more roads like this, or I can duplicate them if I want and connect it like this, and then be more picky here to connect them better. I can have a bigger base, a smaller base, a tower. I can have things like this. This one is the one we created before. I created another variation, and this one it's another variation here. And then also these ones come with KitBash3D. They also come with a lot of presets that you can use. So for example, if you don't want to create yours, you can just use theirs. In my case, I'm using these two. Okay, so if you check with Control B, you can open the content browser. You will see that you have a lot of presets here that you can reuse. So for example, I want this hip crane. I can just use it here, and that's it. There are a lot of meshes here, but I don't need to assemble them by one by one. Okay, so let's create our map. So let's get started by creating our environment. Enough preparation. While this took a while, it is necessary for you to create an open world. So let's go to new file, new level, and let's create an empty open world. Let's save everything, and now you will see that everything turns black. The first thing we're gonna do before creating anything, we're gonna save our map. So we're gonna press Ctrl S to save, and here we're gonna type tutorial open world Minerva. There you go. I just saved this, and the first thing I want to do is to put some lights here. So I can just go to Window, go to Environment Light Mixer, and here you will see that you have the option to create lights. Now, this method is faster than just going to the green arrow, then go to green, drag the directional light, and then put it here, and then grab the skylight. And I find that using the environment light mixer, if you go to window here, you will be able to create all the lights that your scene requires. So let's just create a skylight. Let's create an atmosphere light. We don't need to create another one. Let's just go to sky atmosphere, create volumetric clouds, create height fog, and there you go. Now it's almost set up. The first thing I want to change is here in the skylight, in the outliner here on the right. I will go to the properties and then click here on real-time capture. And just by doing that, now all our lights are dynamic. Okay, so what we can do here is it's create a landscape. So let's just create a landscape here. Okay, and by default, it's gonna be something like this, like 8 by 8. And what I want to do is to create something a little bit bigger. So what I can do is basically change this to 127 by 127. And if you think that this is small, then you need to put a character here. It will basically be like 1 square here. And this is already pretty big. I'm not gonna make it so big so that the tutorial is not so slow, but you can definitely create like 2 by 2 sections if you want, or go here on 1 by 1. Definitely 2 by 2. It's something that will make your environment bigger. In my case, I think I will go for 1 by 1. It's already big enough for me. And, let's just create it. So let's click here, create. And this will create our landscape here. So now that we have our level here, let's just try to place some things. But before doing that, let's try to sculpt something in our landscape. So what we're gonna do is to go to the select mode, go to landscape, and here you will see a bunch of options, okay? The most important one, of course, is the sculpt, okay? And we're gonna use this first to show you what it does. What I can do here is increase the brush size, okay? And if this is too small, because I told you our landscape is very big, even though it doesn't look like, you can even increase it by another number, like for example 12,000. And what you can do here is just paint here. And just by doing that, you have create something. Now let's go back to the basic mode with select with shift 1, okay? And then what we're gonna do is to go and play from here. Now you will see that my landscape's very big, right? And my character, if I go to the world settings, I can go here to my third person game mode. I can just right click, play from here, and you will see that I have a big cliff here. Now it's gonna take a while to run from here to the end, so it's gonna be a quite big world. So let's go back and then sculpt some things here. For example, I can keep sculpting here something, then sculpt something here. It's not the prettiest thing, but at least I will have my limits in my map, okay? Something like that, and I can just sculpt this one here. Now, what we want to do is basically have maybe some verticality in our level, okay? So what we can do is to start here from very top, okay? Maybe something like this. And as you can see, when I play my game from here, you will see that it's totally different. Now, these parts of the world map are not loading because they are too far in the distance. We're going to take a look at that later. But for now, what you need to know is that this part, this is much more fun than this. This is not that fun, but when you start from here, it's a much better idea, right? So we're going to start from here. And what we're going to do is to go to the landscape and then go to the ramp. And what we're going to do is just go here to click here and then go here. Now you will see that I have a small ramp here, and if I press enter, I will create something like this. Now this is not exactly what I want, so I will just Ctrl Z. But what I will do is to create a ramp so big, okay, something like 24,000. Maybe that's a lot, but okay, maybe 16,000. Okay, 24,000. Maybe I want a little bit more, 40,000. There you go. And I'm gonna do the fall off something like this, okay? So it's like super smooth. And I can just put the end of it here, okay? And what I can do is just click enter. And you will see that I'm having like a ramp here, okay? This is already giving me some verticality to play with. So what I can do to fix these things is just go here. And I can just make it even more smooth. I can just go back and press enter again. There you go. Much better. So I can just go to smooth. And what I can do here is smooth these areas. So I can just click here and just smooth these paths here. I can do the same here. I can smooth this area. And I can sculpt this if I want. I can sculpt something here. There you go. Now don't worry about the look of this. Like, this is gonna be much better as we add more and more meshes. But for now, what I want you to know is that you can play with the landscape, okay? And this is how you can create like big worlds. Now, let's just say I want to add some of the base, some of the objects I created before. Now our hard work is paying off. So I have all my assets here in, let's go to tutorial Minerva, go to mass, blueprints, and you will see that I have a bunch of assets here. Now let's just say I want to put one. So let's just say I want to put this one. Okay, now look at this problem. When we put something, it's basically, this is flying, and we don't really want that. So how can we fix this easily in the landscape? Well, what we can do is to go here to the landscape, and we're gonna use this tool called flatten, okay? So what we're gonna do is to choose a place where we want to put our, our base. Let's just think like it's this part, okay? Let's just make this one smaller. And what we're gonna do is to grab this option here and then just flatten. And as you can see here, I'm making everything at the same level. Now, I can basically do this one bigger. And what I can do is to do something like this. And I can pick more here. And I can do something like this. Then I can go here. And basically everything is flattened out. I can also flatten this area too. And there you go. Now, when you play from here, look at that. Now I have a big base that I can use. I can do the same here for another asset. Let's just grab another one. So for example, I want to grab maybe this big tower here. We will put at the distance, okay? Awesome. So now what we can do is to basically grab the height of this, and we're gonna do this in another way. We're gonna go to the landscape, and then what we're gonna do is to use the flatten, and we're gonna use this flatten target. We're gonna click here. We're gonna grab one of these heights, Okay, we're gonna choose this one, and this will automatically target which the level of which I'm sculpting. So now, for example, if I sculpt here, this will be the same height as I paint before. So I'm gonna just paint here. I'm gonna paint something like this, and this is gonna be like a base where maybe our ship can land. We're gonna put more things later. For now, it's I think it's good enough. Let's just leave it like that. Okay, and let's go back to the place mode with Shift 1. Click on this one, and we can just go back here and just put this in position. Awesome. So now I have like a point of interest here. Now you see that my point of interest is disappearing as soon as I play the game. As I get closer, it will appear again, just as you see some of the landscapes are really like appearing as I continue to walk. There you go. Now you have the tower, and here you don't have it, and here you have it. This is because we're having the world partition system. Okay, so we're gonna take a look at that later. But for now, I just want you to bear with it. We're just gonna decorate our level here and just play from here to take a look at how things are looking inside the editor instead of playing the game. Okay, so let's do another one, and then we will wrap this up. For example, let's take this one. Okay, we can put it like here. And what we can do is to grab our landscape tool, go to the flatten. Let's remove the flatten target. Let's just put something like this. There you go. Now I can just come here and create a base for this. You can see how extremely easy it is to create a big world using the kits we create before. So let me just smooth this part. Okay, and I also smooth this area too. If you really want to put some details here, you can actually use the erosion, and you can play with the settings here. You can change the threshold to something like this, and then let me reduce the size, and then I can just do something like this. Now this is a little bit too high, the strength. It's too much. So let me Control C. That was a little bit too much. Let me remove the tool strength, and the threshold can be like 22. Now I can just do something like this. Remove the tool strength a little bit more. There you go. I know you can have something more, realistic if you want to call it that way. You can increase the size here, and the threshold we're gonna increase it to something like that. We can reduce the threshold if we want more erosion here. And we can actually smooth this part and then use the erosion again. Okay, there you go. And then we can play with this part here. And we can actually use a run if we want to create like a slope. Do it like this. There you go. Now we can use the erosion here. Let's reduce the size. Beautiful. Now we have like a nice little mountain here. We can, of course, keep sculpting to make it more variation. Okay, this is actually very nice. So using this method, we're going to create our world. The next thing I'm going to show you is, what makes a world pretty. So I'm going to show you some techniques I like to use so that you can decide where to place your assets. So you can decide to put it here or put it there, whenever you want. You are free to play with this to create your own world. So I will show you some tips that you can use so that you can have better looking worlds. So whenever we want to create a level, there is some things we need to define. Let me press F11 to open up this window to make it bigger. Let me show you some tips, okay? So, for example, if I take a look at this image, there are three things that my composition needs to have. No matter what type of game environment you're making, it doesn't matter if it's an open world, a castle, a ruins, a cave, underwater world, whatever, it needs to have these components. The first one is the foreground, okay? The foreground will be basically the closest thing to you, okay? The foreground will depend on your angle, okay? If we take a shot from here, the foreground will be here. Then you have the middle ground, which can be this one, okay? And then you have the background, which can be this one, okay? Any kind of composition needs to have foreground, middle ground, and background. It's not a rule, but basically it really helps a lot to make your image look better. This is what we're trying to do here. We're trying to have a background, which also can be here, actually. The background can be even more far, or it can be just here. That really depends on you. The second thing is we need a focal point, okay? So the focal point, it's basically your point of interest. For example, if this is our focal point, we need to tell the player that he needs to go here. In the case of games, focal points usually are the objective where the player needs to go. That's why it's very important that the focal point is very well defined. In my case, I want to define this one as my focal point. And to do that, I need to do some things. The first thing is that I need to define the lines that will point towards my focal point. For example, there can be a line here. There can be a line here. Maybe there is a mountain here. And basically everything will point towards my focal point. The second thing I need to make sure is that my focal point have an interesting silhouette. For example, I can have like a mountain like this, something like that, very unique, and maybe some floating rocks around here. And the rest of the work can be like, not that impressive, but the focal point needs to really grab the attention. Okay, we're probably gonna go for something like this. Another thing about the focal point is that whenever you go to your environment, you always need to see it. Even if we play our game from here, our focal point will be the first thing that the player sees, right? Because it is really important. No matter where you go, you always need to see the focal point. In my case, I want to have the focal point here, okay? So in order to do that, I need to do some things. The first thing is that I need to point out all my lines to point towards my focal point. I'm gonna do that now. I'm gonna go back to my landscape tool, and I'm gonna go ramp. And basically, I'm gonna go something like this, okay? And I'm gonna put this one here. And I'm gonna increase the ramp size and the fall off, maybe something like 16,000 or maybe 32,000. Okay, I'm gonna put it here. Now I'm gonna move this one here to make sure it's like really far. And let's press enter. You can see that just by doing that, let me press F1, my focal point is automatically more clear compared to before. Now we have a line here. Let's do the same here. Let's go back to the landscape, and then let's go to the ramp and create a focal point here. It can be from this position to this one. It really doesn't matter where you put it. If you want to follow along to do exactly what I do, it's really hard to do it. As long as you do put something that points towards your environment, it will make it look right. So what I can do is to make this one even higher, for example, something like this. Okay, and that can work. Okay, so let me just go to smooth now. And what I can do is to smooth some areas here. I can increase the tool strength. Okay, And now I have something different. Now I have my foreground, and I have my middle ground here, and I have my background. Now, of course, I can put some meshes at the distance here, right? To make the background. But for now, I'm gonna focus on the composition from this view. And the good thing about this is because we're creating the lines in a 3D space, it really doesn't matter where we look at our focal point. Even if it's from here, you will see that there is a line coming here. And there is also a line coming here. And there is also another line coming here. Another one coming here. And this is great. This is exactly what you want, because wherever you play your game, you're always gonna see the focal point. Let's try to do something else. Maybe we can try and put like this landscape to make it more interesting, something like this. Okay, let's try it out. Let me go to the sculpt mode, increase the tool strength, and let's just try to sculpt something here. And just by doing so, what we're doing is basically creating contrast. Okay, let me do the same here. Let me reduce the size and let me put something like this. There you go. You can put something like this too. What I'm doing here, it's basically applying contrast. Okay, so what is contrast? Contrast is the difference between white and black values. Contrast between colors, contrast between shapes, contrast between size. What you find here, why your eye stops here, is because I have a shadow here. Okay, I will put the shadow in green, and then I will put the light color in red. And what you have here, it's basically a contrast between light and shadow. Light and shadow. Let me put the shadow in green, and you will see that the shadow, it's all this merged as a single shape here. So whenever you have these points of intersection between light and shadow, this is what we call contrast. Naturally, you want the highest contrast here. Okay, so let me just delete this one. I feel like it's too much. Let me smooth it out. Okay, let me smooth this out again. Naturally, when you have more contrast here, then your eye will look towards this position. Okay, that's one thing to keep in mind. The other thing to keep in mind is that we can actually make this one more interesting. We start by putting this mesh, but we can actually put much more things. For example, we can put this one here. Okay, what else we can put? We can put another one of this here. Okay, just say like maybe it's a important position here. And now what you can do here is go to your landscape and then go to the flatten tool. And then what you can do is basically make, you know, this focal point much more bigger, right? So that we have other things connecting our focal point, something like that. And the next thing you want to do, maybe you want to smooth things out a little bit and make sure everything has a space so we can do more things. Okay, and this one we want to make sure it's here. Okay, there you go. Then you can play with the erosion tool and play with the erosion here. There you go, something like this. It really doesn't matter because we're going to create basically put some meshes here, and this is gonna help in our transition. Okay, so let's just put the flatten tool again. There you go, something like this. Just make it a little bit more big so we have more space to do the erosion here. We can play with the erosion here. Beautiful. So now you can see what's going on here is that our landscape, it's actually much more interesting. Okay, let's Control C here. Okay, and now we have more things. Let's try to play in our environment here. Now, as you can see from distance, we lose the ability to see our focal point. I wanted to teach you this at the end of the video, but I really want to test how the game feels. So what I will do is to make sure all these parts are not especially loaded. So if you go here to World Partition, if you go here to the properties, you can go here to the World Partition and then just put is especially loaded. Okay, and what this will do is it will not load the meshes based on the distance. And as you can see, now we have our focal point in place from all angles. Okay, so if you go here, you will see that you have your focal point here. That's great. Okay, and your landscape may not be loading. It really doesn't matter because we're gonna put some meshes here. This is the basic theory behind composition. As you can see, just by using some simple tools like in the landscape, nothing fancy, nothing too complicated, we can already have something that looks nice, even from this angle here. Even if we play from here, we already start to feel like the game, it's actually looking good. And this is why it's important to apply these principles I'm teaching you here to all the levels you create. The principles of foreground, middle ground, and background, and the principle of the focal point that you can use in any kind of scenario. So now that we have our base, let's try to create some roads. So remember that I had some objects here I create before. I create this road here that we can use. So the idea is just to create some lights that point towards our focal point. And also, it's just really nice to see those. So I can just create a road like points like this, and then a road that goes into this direction. Okay, so let me go here. I already have my road here. You can create any road you want. If I open this up, you will see how I made it. I can just level, edit, and you will see that I have several of those. Okay, and if I press Ctrl B, you can check where they are. It's this asset here, the road system. Basically, I have like 5 assets, and I combine all these 5 assets to create something like this. Just duplicating. For example, I want to duplicate this road, and I just go back here and create something like this. Okay, go. And I don't want to be very picky with this one, so let me just delete this. Okay, and that's how I create this road. This is really simple. So you can create any one you like. So I can just click escape. Do you want to save? I don't. So what I can do is to basically create, for example, a road like this, something like that, and you can see how it will look from distance. Let's take a look from here. Let's just say our player will start from here. Okay, so we can take a look at this. We can maybe put a road here. Maybe we have a cave here. Okay, maybe we can create something like that, or maybe we can just put it here. Okay, and if you want to put other roads, you can just alt click, and just by doing that, you have created another road. And if you want to rotate it, you can also do that by going 180 degrees, and you can create something like this if you want. So let me just try to put it in position like this. I will just right click, then go to the pivot, set pivot offset here, snapped. Now I can see my pivot point here. You can just move this one here. Just something like that. Okay, and if I want, I can just move this one. I won't really see the this small little thing that happens there. I can just copy can create another one. For example, I can just go back here, 270 degrees, something like that. Or I could just, I can just rotate it like this if I want it. And I can just create like another road here, something like that. The idea is just to give the illusion that it's going somewhere. Okay, let's try to create another road. I can just go back here. Now we can just rotate like 90 degrees. If you don't have the snap, make sure you have the snap here to rotate things 180 degrees or 90 degrees. In this case, it's just 5 degrees. I can just put something like this, or I can just create something like this, just like that. There you go. I can go here. And I don't want this to be the same level, so I will make sure that this one, it's more or less here. So let's just say my path starts here. Let's just say this is they start from here, for example. Maybe they start from here. There you go. So now I can just go back here and do the same here. I can just move it here and then right click, go to pivot, set pivot offset, and then try to put it in position here. Doesn't need to be exact. I'm not really gonna see this detail, but if you want, you can really do it. Like you can do something like this and they will snap. Awesome. So now that I have a road here, I will make sure that I have something here too. Probably this one, for example, and just 180 degrees and create something like this. And let me just right click, go to pivot, set pivot offset, move it around, and just put it in position here. Go, just move it here. And I will just move this object here. Okay. Awesome. So now that I have my roads here, it's nice that I have like a road system that I can use. I can just duplicate this. For example, I can just come back here and try to extend this. Like imagine that this thing goes to the distance or something like that, which is great. Okay, so now that I have this road, let me just fix the landscape for some things. For example, here, I can just sculpt here, go to sculpt, and by holding the shift key, I can just sculpt down. I can just do that here. Okay, and I can just do the same here, and then I can just smooth it out to, make it less intense, and just sculpt this part, something like that. And I can just smooth. It really doesn't matter if it looks like ugly or something like that. You really can use your erosion if you want, if you really want. But in my case, I will put some meshes here. So if I have things like this, it really doesn't matter because I will put some meshes here. But if you really want it, you can definitely do it. Next here, I could put something if I want it. But I think I will put some meshes here, at least for this one. Okay. Same here. I can just go here and maybe put a door, and I will put some meshes here so that it's like these cars that are like going from here are going to enter here. So I don't really need to modify the landscape here. Also here, I don't need it. Maybe from this part, for example, maybe I can put the gate here, something like that. And then I will go to the flatten tool and create something more or less like this. There you go. Awesome. So just by doing that, we are already having more assets into our environment. Okay. Let's try to make this one a little bit better so we can just use the flatten tool. Let me just increase the brush size and to create something nicer, something like this, for example. There you go. And we can have a better transition later, but for now, let's just smooth this out. Let's remove the full strength, put it like this. There you go. Awesome. So now that we have this, let me just smooth this area too. Let me just sculpt, increase the brush size, click shift. There you go. We can do that here. We can also, well, basically we can copy this if we want. Okay, and let's try to put it in position. You see that you don't really need some kind of fancy setup to create some complex things in your environment. Like, it's all about having these modular pieces. And because I created these big pieces here, I don't need to drag and drop each one of those every time. Like, for example, I want to connect this. I can definitely do this, but it's gonna take a long time. So just by doing this, we can create another road system much more interesting. For example, I can connect this one here. Let me see if it looks nice. I feel like it's a little bit too much, so I will just leave it like that. And this part, I will create something like a landscape. I will maybe sculpt something here. Let me increase the brush size. There you go. Go to the flatten tool. And do something like this. And then go to the smooth result. We can smooth some areas here. Okay. And if you don't like this, like I just do right now, you can just flatten this out. Okay, if you want. Okay. We can just put another mesh here, like, or maybe something like this, for example, where we can just put another place where the player can come and just put this one here. Just by doing that, we're having another area to play with. And if I want, I can just grab all of this and try to move it around. For example, I can just put it here. But I want to leave it up because I really want the line to be seen from here, so I can guide the eyes to the player. Okay, let me just select all of this, and maybe this one we can move it down a little bit. Actually, it's nice. We will just leave it like that. We don't really need to put this one. If we want to make some other variations, we can just go here to the blueprints we create. And for example, we can create something like this, right? Actually, that's the same one. Let's try to grab another one. Perhaps this one. Yeah, maybe this one. Although this one doesn't have a floor, we can try to get one with a floor here. Let's see which one. This one should be good enough. Click this one, and then here we can just go back and we can put this area here just like this, so that you have something, and then we can create the landscape for this. But for now, we're gonna leave it like that because we're gonna put some meshes later. Okay, so the next thing, I want to create some other meshes here, so I can have this area a little bit more interesting. And then the player start, we need to define where the player will start. If I play from here, like, it's okay. It's okay if I have something like this, but I need to have something to play with. I want the player to maybe go somewhere to grab the ship. Okay, something like that. So we're gonna do that next. So now that I have my roads, let's try and let me press Control Space to add some other meshes. I want to add some meshes here, okay, because this focal point lacks a little bit of detail here. So I can just grab, for example, this kit I created. I can just put it here. Let me see how it looks like. I want to take a look at how it looks like from distance, for example, from here. And just go here, create something like this. Let me just put it up. And maybe, I don't know, I can put something like this. We can take a look at the roads later if we want to polish them. For example, maybe I don't want to have this road here. I only want to have this one. That's totally fine. And then we can use individual pieces to connect them. Or I can just do something like this if I want it. Or maybe I can just connect this one like this. And there you go. Okay. Maybe I want to have something like this. Maybe I want to have two others like this one. For example, I have one here and another here. Maybe I want something like that. Okay, so the idea is to go back here to where the player starts and try to make it more interesting. We will later take a look at the connections, like for example, why is this flotating? We need some supports or something. We're gonna take a look at that later. Okay, but for now, at this stage, it's really important that we have our focal point in place. Okay, doesn't matter where we put the things, as long as we can later justify it. It really doesn't matter that much. Okay, we can even put it here, and then we can put some rocks, or we can try and play with putting it somewhere else, something like here, for example. Something like that. And then we can take a look at the landscape later when we add more meshes. Let's take a look at some other meshes we can have. Maybe we can still spam some of this to have the illusion that we have something in the back. The player won't be able to get here, so it really doesn't matter what you put, as long as you have something there at distance. We can we can play with it. And also here, maybe you want to move this one a little bit to this area here. Something like that. Something like that. And later on, we will take care of the landscape because it's intersecting. For now, let's just try to play with all these things. We can also try to put this one here, for example, something like this. Maybe something that they use. You can put it there. Things like that will really help you to basically tell the scale of the environment. We also have a lot of things here. If we take a look at the collections, we have a lot of things. I don't know if there's something like house or something. Yeah, there it is. We have a lot of things like this. For example, this one, we can just put it here. And we can create a collection of like different houses here. For example, this one we can put here, and then this one on the bottom, and we can rotate it. And then this one, maybe we can make it bigger if we want, and put it here. And then we can move this here. And later on, we can take a look at the, what what are the options for us. For example, this asset, I already have a group for this. We can try to put it later. For now, we can just go back here and try to put something here that we will use later. It's like some buildings here. And what I want to do is to create some interesting shapes that when the player looks like this. So I'm trying to create kind of like a staircase. Like you see this and you want to take a look at what this is. And then you realize it's, oh, maybe some houses or like some buildings or something like that. And so I will just leave it like this. I won't use the original one because it's too big. I mean, I want to use the original, sorry. I don't really want to use this one that much. Just by doing that, we already have something going on here. Like we have some buildings here. And later on, when we add some rocks and some meshes, it will be much better for us to make sense out of these floating buildings. For now, we just want to add some buildings in our environment. We can, for example, take a look at this one. Let's try to focus on the player start, for example, here. Let's just say this is my player start. I can just start from here. Okay. I will move this here and I will flatten this out so that this makes more sense to me. I can just come back here and put it in position. And now what I can do is to basically flatten my landscape and just do something like this. But it does a little bit too. There you go, something like this. And I can just go back here. I can create the surface I need for this asset. I can just go back here and create something like this. And now I can just smooth some things out. Okay. And here, like maybe I can put um like some rocks here or something. I want the player to start from here, so I will just create the starting point now. Maybe we will just start from this area and let's flatten this area too. To have something like that, and then we can smooth it out. And let's just say there is a ship we want to get. Let's try to put something here. Okay, there you go. And put this ship here, or we can even like this for now, or we can try to put it like this. Later on, when we add the blueprints and everything, it will be just nicer to see all these pieces come together. But for now, we can just start like this. So let's play from here. Take a look at how this feels. This is great. So now I can get into my shape and I can just walk and see some buildings here. Maybe this one needs to be closer. I don't know, but we will see. Let's add some other buildings here. This one feels a little bit empty, but actually, I'm just gonna leave it like that because I want more buildings in this area and less buildings here. So what I can do is to basically duplicate this one. Maybe we can try to, put it here too, if we want. And later on, we can add the we can always add the flatten now if we want. We can go to the flatten tool, and here we can just do something like this. And there you go. And now you can go to shift 1 to have a bigger screen and then just put this one here. Something like that. And we can do the same here. Let's say we want to add some other meshes here from distance. Notice that I'm working from distance first, so I can just, add some backgrounds. And later on, as we continue, we will like zooming and zooming until we add more and more details. But for now, we just want to leave it like that. Let me just have this one here. Actually, I will just leave it like that. Let me just try another one. I can even try to have something like this if I want, but it will fight with the focal point because it's actually pretty interesting. Try to grab another one. Maybe we can try to put some buildings here. And then, no, we can. Another one here. something something like that, and we can move it if we want. We can play with this like this. We can do the same here. We can just duplicate this part, and we can rotate around. Something like that. Try to put more things. For example, this one. Try to put it here. Then this one here. And always move it down here, for example. Or maybe just here. And just by doing that, we're creating like a small little city. These ones are a little bit repetitive, so maybe I will just remove some of them. There you go. Much better. And just by doing that, we're already starting to populate our small scene. The next thing I want to do is to add some nature elements in my scene, because right now we only have the landscape, which is good for a base, but we want to add something more realistic than this stuff. And it's really starting to bother me right now because all our assets are pretty nice, pretty detailed, and the landscape is not. So what we're gonna do is to work on the nature now. So I want to start putting some assets, and the best way is to add some rocks from Quicksilver, and they never disappoint. So if I go to bridge here, if you don't have the bridge, you go to Control Space, go to Add, and then Add Quicksilver Content. And here you can check, like, for example, this Cherry Shrublands, like they have a lot of interesting rocks we can use. And for example, I can go here and download what I want. You can do the same for the rest. I can download and keep downloading until my hard drive loads. I already have something download here, so we can use it right away. So for example, I have this huge sandstone cliff. I can just click Add. And what you will see here is the static mesh, a material, and some textures. Now, this mesh, let me double click on this. Actually, it's already loaded. I didn't expect that. This mesh, it's already inside the Megascans folder. Okay, before I didn't have it. So as you add more meshes here, for example, let me add another one, such as this one. I can just click Add. You will see that all your meshes will be here. Okay, let me just close this for a moment. Now, this one comes with a material, and the material has like some other master materials that already come from Quicksilver. By default, these textures are a little bit too big. Let's see if we use it or not. This one is 8K texture. So what we can do with this? Well, we can just, let me add everything we need first. For example, this one. And add this one. We can add this one, the ground. We can add this one too. And we can add this one. And finally, a last one here. So what you can do with this is just basically drag and drop. Now, you can create some groups if you want. And maybe we're going to do that in the future. For now, I just want to show you this part, how I will deal with it. So as you can see, the landscape is not exactly pretty. So what I will do is just basically scale this up, just like this. And then I can just duplicate this thing and put it in position. Maybe I want to rotate it. For nature stuff, I almost always want to remove this, the snapping, and also this one, and the scale. So when I click here, the local, I can just scale naturally. And I find that all my assets look a little bit more natural just when I, as soon as I do that. Okay, I can create like a wall like this if I wanted, something like that. And then I can break the pattern. You see that there is a lot of repetition here. That's fine. Um, so what we will do is let's control space and let's go to Megascans. If you cannot find it, you can always set a color here, like right click, set color, and let's put something like a green. There you go. Now we have our Megascans here, easier to find. Now I can go to here, to the filter, okay, and I can put a static mesh here. And now you will see all my static meshes that I have. So for these giant rocks, I want to start really big first. So I can just go here. And I can just try to merge this a little bit, just like that. Okay, and I can do the same here. Actually, this asset is not really helping that much. Take a look at Bridge if they finish downloading. Okay, they really did. So let's just go back here to home and then go to local. And you will see that I have two assets. Let me add this one. And let's go back and add this one too. Okay, let them finish. For now, we're just going to add another mesh here. We can just scale this up. There you go. And try to put it here. And just by doing that, we're breaking the repetition. So I can do the same here. And if you don't want to have the same details, you can always like multiply my -1. Well, not the y-axis, otherwise it will be like this. So just the x-axis multiplied by -1. I can scale this up like this if I want it. I can just put it here. And just like this, we're having a mountain. Now, let's just say this is the base of our mountain. So let's just go here and select everything. And I can just right click, go to level and create back level actor. And I can just put the center, click OK. Now I will go to mass and I will put mass rock big 01. And then I will go to blueprints and save it here. Now I can just add more meshes here as I want, as I continue. But what I can do now is just use this to create something more unique. For example, I can just go back here if I want, and I can just create kind of like a circle or something like that. There you go. Let me just go here. Now, what you can do here, if you don't like this kind of thing, you can always go to landscape and then go to flatten and then flatten this area here. Now let's try to put it in position. Let's try to put it a little bit up. There you go. And now what we can do is to do the same here. And of course we can increase the brush size. We can always increase the brush size to make things faster. Something like that. Well, our landscape finishes there. So let's just add more things here. For example, here in this area, we can just go back here. If you don't like this part of the mesh, our landscape is finished. Now we can just go back here and create something like this. There you go. You can always flatten this area too if you want. Not that we're gonna use it anyway. And we can later paint it if we really want to use it, we can paint it there. I can actually close it, but you know, our landscape, it's finished here, so we don't really need to. So what else I can do? If I want more variation, I can go here to my assets again, go to static mesh, and look at these meshes here already. They are ready. So I can just go here and even add more variation to these meshes. So instead, I'm just going to edit, sorry, level, go to edit. Now I'm going here and I'm going to add more things. For example, this one, I'm going to really make it big. Something like that. And then I can go to the other one, which I believe is this one. And I can create something like this if I want. Okay, sorry, do not press escape. Otherwise you will get the same issues as me. Then I can just go back here and have a bigger one if I want it. And now when I click enter, sorry, I can press escape. Do you want to save? Yes. Then you will see that I have something like this. Now this is much more interesting in my opinion, but maybe by repetition I won't want this to show off that much. I can just leave it like that, and later on I can just commit, and there you go. So now I can just make more details here. For example, I don't want the player to go here. I can just go here and place an object here that the player won't be able to. No, he cannot go through this. Now this is really massive, so I don't know if I'm gonna leave it like that. But what I can do is to use the same asset here and try to create something out of this. Now, if this really doesn't fit your needs, you can always create something different. For example, I find that maybe I will need something else for this. I can just rotate this around, put it in position, and go the same here. I can just put this one here. I can rotate. I can basically do this. You don't really need to follow the landscape exactly the way I did it. You can always scale if you want. And you can go like this. And now that you have this, let me just move this one down. You can always go here and try to put the houses on a different position. For example, here. Like these guys don't have water. But anyway. There you go. It doesn't really need to be exact. I'm just only clicking, hiding with H, clicking again, Control H to see the objects again, and I can just move it. I don't really need to stick to what I had before. I can always, leave it like that. And just by doing this, we're starting to get something here. Of course, you can do the same here for the background. If you want something like this. And I find that this hole is a little bit annoying. So let me go to level, edit. Let's try to put something here. There you go. We will leave it like that. Click commit. And now all my assets are being updated and I don't have this issue anymore. So you see that by creating these assets, I can just quickly create the big parts of my map. I can just go here. I can do something like this if I want. Let me just delete this. I can create different variations if that's something I would like to do. For now, I just want to leave it like that. And what we will do now is to try to decorate the rest of the environment. Let's create some other groups, and also we will focus on the big picture. And as we continue to add more details, we will just deal with things like this or like this one is floating. Maybe we can put like a, I don't know, big mountain here. Maybe not, but let's see. Like this works, for example. I think this is okay. and then we can refine little details little by little. For now, we don't really need to do that. So let's continue to decorate our level. So before continuing to decorate our environment, we need to create some kits just like we did before. So for the rock kit, I'm just going to place some rock assets where I feel like I need them, and then I will create a group from them. So I already import some rock assets. You can go to bridge, go to home, and then go to this part, Sherrick Sharplands, and you will find a lot of sand rocks, which I find really, really nice. So what I will do is basically, let me just close the bridge here, go to my content drawer, and here on my Megascans, if I filter by static mesh, you will see that I have a lot of assets here. You can go here, filter, static mesh, and you will see them. So I will find some assets that I feel like I can match this area, and little by little, I will reuse them in other areas I feel like I need them. So for example, I could grab this one. Let me just make it bigger. Okay, something like this. I can just put it here and just, put it in position, just something like that. And then I can grab maybe something like this, and I can rotate around. I can just put it here, rotate it again, rotate, and just like that, I'm creating some modules for me that I can reuse. Okay. Later on, we can remove this part of the landscape. We can smooth it out or anything. It really doesn't matter. Let's check what other assets we have. We have this one. This one is quite good. I would like to have this one as the top part here. Let me just go here, and just like that, I can just have something in place. So I can just move it here. And you see that there are some issues here that have some open faces. I can either sculpt my landscape here, just like I did before, or I can just put some other meshes. So instead of just putting this one here, what I can do is, actually I can just leave it there and just try to put something like this, and try to put it in position here, just so that we follow along our landscape, just something like this. And then I can just rotate it just like that, and then move it here, scale it a little bit if you want. There you go, something like that. And as you can see, I'm already filling out some spaces. I can go here and put some of these rocks here if I want. I can rotate around, move it here. There you go. And let's take a look from distance. Maybe this one we could be able to rotate and put it in the right, just like this. You see how easy it is to use the Megascans and just play with those until you get something you like, right? Let's grab some of these meshes here. For example, like this one, we can just go here and rotate, make it bigger, something like that. Okay, then we can try to get another mesh, such as this one, for example. Maybe or maybe this one, and we can just make it bigger, scale it in the middle by pressing R, just put it there, something like that. Okay, I'm also gonna just duplicate this part, and I'm gonna just move it here in position, just so that we have something here. Okay, just something like that. I don't really need to have this part. I think I was testing with some stuff before, so I will just delete it. Okay, and just like that, let's just try to, hide everything. try to hide some of these rocks, and then just grab all these ones here, and you see that I have created a small group that I can use. I can also grab these ones too. Actually, I can grab all of them. Everything that says massive, I can just grab it. And look at this group. So now I can use something like this to create different variations. So I will just go here to right click, level, create pack level actor. This one I will also put the center as the pivot point, and I will call it mass, I don't know, rock peak 02. And then we'll go to blueprints. There you go. Now we have another mesh to play with. Let me Control H to unhide all the parts. And then what I can do here, actually something happened to the pivot point. Let's take a look at what this is. Let's just duplicate it. So it seems that we update this part, so we can just edit, go to level, update, go to edit here, remove this part, and then just go to level, commit, and now you have something like this. Apparently, I think you cannot change the pivot point. Let me see if there is a way to change it. So I can, if you click here, you will see that you have a level. You can always open it, and if you go to unlit mode, go to one of these, press F, you will see that you have all your meshes here. Okay, so if you want to put more assets, you can always just, move this one here, for example, save it, and then go here to recent levels, go to tutorial, and then you can go here. Apparently the pivot point just stayed there, it doesn't matter. Go to update, and now you have another asset here. So what you can do here is basically go here and place it somewhere where you want, for example, like here. You don't want to have this mesh here, so you can just go to edit, and here you can basically, you can rotate this part, make it smaller, and try to fill the hole here, something like that. And you can always rotate it. You can rotate this part too, make sure there is no holes, something like that, and then just go to level, commit, and then go to here, go to pivot, center on selection, sorry, go to level, pivot, set pivot offset here, and there you can just move it around to put it in places where you didn't plan to put it. For example, here you can rotate it, you can put some things like this, but you can also rotate it. Let me put the pivot point here. The idea is not just to, duplicate things. Just try to move things around so that we have a line that points towards our main mesh here, something like this. Okay, so we have a line here. That's good. And what we can do is to try to put some individual meshes here. We can go to Megascans, go to static mesh, and then go to one of those, like for example this one. We can go to details, and we can scale it like 10, for example. We can go to 15, something like that. We can just, just put it there. And we can always put it in the background, something like that. So we can have something like this. Try to have our main shot. We can always move it here. And there you go. You have something in the background. The same you can do with this, actually. You can just go here, and just scale it like, I don't know, 5, and just move it. Have something in the background. The same here. You can just alt click, and you can just have something like this. Very nice. You can always rotate it if you want something like this. So I will show you how you can create some custom meshes using the modeling tools. So we're going to grab one of these and we're going to modify it. Okay. So if you want to modify one mesh, let's just grab, for example, one of these. Take a look at this. So the first thing, I'm going to duplicate it. So I'm going here to the modeling tools and then go to mesh dup. And then I'm just going to delete inputs. Now I can actually change the folder where I have, but in this case, I just want to duplicate this mesh so that when I modify this mesh, I won't be able to modify the original, only the new mesh that is being duplicated. So just by clicking here, meshed up, just gonna take a while. So there you go. The next thing is I want to decrease the number of polygons that I have on this. One thing I want to do first is to go here and change the collision. You don't want to use complex collision as simple. You just want to use the project default. There you go. And by doing that, this mesh won't be able to use collision. Okay. The next thing, I'm gonna simplify it. So let's check where we can simplify here. There you go. Simplify the mesh. It has a lot of polygons, and maybe 50%. Go to 25% can be a good ratio. So it will load. Okay, let it load a little bit until it simplifies. There you go. So now you have simplified the mesh, which is good enough for us. Let's just click accept. So now we have a better, easier mesh to work with. Okay. So the next thing we can do, it's of course make it bigger. So we can just go here, and we can go here and type like 5, something like that. Okay. And we're gonna leave it like that. Okay. And we're gonna bake the transform, because if I go here, I can just drag another one, but it's gonna be very small. So I want to freeze the transforms here instead of 5. I just want to bake it. And as soon as I bake this, I click accept, you will see that here, everything turns to 1. So now where I grab the original one, everything will be on the same side. So what I can do now, this one already has a very interesting shape, but what I can do is to actually modify to have something different. For example, I can just go here to the deform, and I can use the lattice here. And I can change the points by 3 by 3 by 3 if I want. And then I'm going to change the interpolation mode to cubic, so it's like a smooth result. Now what I can do is just do something like this. I can stretch it. I can grab all of this and scale them like this, or like this, a little bit. You can also move it. For example, something like this. And you can move these parts to grab these points here. Just so that we have like a circle here. It's a little bit, not too much. And because this is kind of like an alien world or something like that, we can have the freedom of creating very strange shapes we haven't seen before. So let's just click accept. And now we have our mesh here. Let's make sure this one use nanite. Click nanite enable, apply changes. And just like this, we have modified the mesh. So if you take a look at this is the original mesh. And then we can take a look at the Megascans. Let's increase this by 5. You will see that we have modified the mesh to, just create something a little bit different. And you can do the same with any mesh you want. You don't really need to modify the same one I did. You can modify any other mesh. So let's try to play around with it. So what I can do, let me just change this to static. That's the first thing. And then I will just go here and scale this up. Let's try to put it in the background. We're almost finishing with the background. So let's just go here. Just put something like 35, something like that. And just by doing that, we're having some interesting shapes we can play with. Like for example, here, we can have this shape here, like that, or we can just rotate it around. As you can see, all our efforts are going in the focal point for now. We haven't really touched the player start. And so the idea is that your focal point is super clear, and then we can just put whatever we want in the player start. Okay, so we can go here and let's go to global mode here. And let's just rotate this around. Something like that. And just by doing that, we're having much more interesting shapes in our level. And we can even put it like in the distance. Here, for example, I can rotate around. Move it like this. If I want it, I can just make it smaller. This one we can rotate it and put it like at the distance. Something like that. And we can always rotate to have something more interesting. For example, here. And just by doing that, we're having much more interesting shapes. We can just move this one here. There you go, something like that. We can always rotate this one like this. And just by doing that, we're having a lot more variation in our environments. We can make some smaller ones here. We can also put some of them in this area. Something like that. And we can always modify the original. For example, I can grab this one here. And I can, just modify it. If I want something more extreme, I can always go to the modeling tab and then go to warp, for example. And what I can do is change the warp the warp angle, for example, something like this. And this will actually rotate our mesh if you want. If you don't want to use the warp mode, you can always use the lattice and you can go for more extreme angles here. For example, here you can just rotate this around just a tiny bit, and you can, of course, rotate it if you want, or put it down. And as soon as you do this, you click accept, then all your meshes will update at the same time. So it will accept. And as you can see, all my meshes have been updated. Now I have something, something like this. There you go. Great. So now that I have this, I have more interesting shapes in my map. Let me just delete this one. We don't need it here. Just by doing that, we're adding more unique meshes. Even though we're using Megascans, we can always modify it to create something different. So now that I have some rocks here, it's a good idea to take care of this landscape material. As you can see, we're treating this like a painting. We just decorate something. We don't really focus on all the details. We just fix something here, fix something there. we saw that our landscape was like this, then we decided to add some rocks. Now this part is what is annoying me, so this is what we're gonna work on. We're gonna create a material, so let me control space, let me go to our folder, and I will create a new folder here called materials. I will double click on this, and then I will create a new material, and I will call it M Landscape Minerva. Minerva. There you go. I can actually create an instance of this right away. So let me just create an instance and call it MI Landscape Minerva. If you're new to materials, we have complete material tutorials in our channel. You can take a look at those. You don't need to worry about this for now. I will take you step by step on how to create one. So let me just double click on this one. And as you can see, it has like a blueprint editor, think of like a node system. I can just right click to move around. Here I have the viewport where I have my material I can take a look at. And here I can just connect the nodes. So what I will do here, if you check the landscape, you will see that I have a paint tab. And here in this paint tab, I have layers. So I can have like layer 1, layer 2, layer 3. Maybe this is the rock, this is the grass, this is the ice, or whatever. You can have as many materials as you want. So we're gonna create those in the material editor. Okay, so the first thing we need to do is, of course, have a texture for our material. So we're going here, go to control space, click on add, then add quick cell content. And if you click here, you will see that you have a bunch of materials you can use too. Let's just go back. And I found like this one is really nice. Okay, so maybe I can just medium click and download the medium quality. I already did that. So I just click add. And you will see that a new folder comes called surfaces. If I click here, I won't be able to see it if I have the static mesh. So make sure you don't have any filter on. This is the new material that comes with Megascans. It's great. Okay, let's grab another one. For example, this one. And then let's grab another one. Let's just say this one, which I already downloaded. So we have like a sand stuff here. We will start with 3. Let's see if we can add more in the future. But for now, we will just add 3 just to have something here. Remember, we're treating this like a painting, just little by little. We don't want to planify everything at the beginning. So let's just drag all these textures here, and I will just move it here. The first thing I'm gonna do, and I get a lot of questions here because they cannot paint the landscape. You see here that the texture sampler says 2 out of 16. And the reason is we have a limited number of textures. When you paint a lot of materials, you will have maybe 15 textures, 20 textures, 25, etc. To make more space, you're gonna select all of them, and the sampler source, you're gonna go here, and you're gonna click Share Wrap. This will allow you to have more textures in your material. Now let's take a look how our material looks. We can just create a node here, grab the RGB, which is the color here, go to the base color, go to the normal here, and this mask, if you double click on this, you will open the texture editor. You can check individual channels by clicking here. The red one means ambient occlusion, the green one means roughness, and the blue one means height. Okay, so you can just connect these ones here, go to the green one, and then leave it like that. Okay, now I'm gonna apply this material just so I can check the color here. So what I can do is to actually, let me remember which I create a new landscape. It's like a 505 by 505, I believe, is the one I created. So let's see how we can make this. So I'm gonna apply the material first, so I can take a look at the color. Okay, so I will just browse here, I will not use this content browser. Control space, go to my material instance here, and I will check all the landscape here. And I will just apply it here. I can apply the material. And the reason is I'm using the World Partition systems. If you click here, it's like this is one partition. I can have another material if I want it. So the material is here, and it's very, very, very small. So what you can do is to go here and put landscape coordinates. And here you can select the UVs here. I can try to play with the scale, for example, 505. You can just put something like this, and this will make all our texture look like this. Now, this material is great if you want to overlay some colors. So I'm gonna leave it like that for now. Okay. I really like it. So I won't use this as my layer, but I'm gonna add another one. For example, I will add something like this. I can just click here to download, and it should be very fast because it's just a medium quality. It's only 2K, which is still a lot for me. I remember we used to use 512 like in a real tree, and that was quite high for environments. Now we're going to 8K, so I don't feel guilty with 2K, to be honest. Let's just click add. Now we have another one here. So what we will do, we're gonna leave this as the, the overlay landscape. So something like you have your colors here where you paint, and then you have this overlay here. And you can put it like 50% overlay or something like that. We will take a look at that later. For now, we're just gonna disconnect this one, so just so you can see what you can do with this. And let's create our first layer. So let's go here to this one. Actually, let's just go to, let's put the sand first. So let's go here. And remember, go to shared wrap. And what we will do is to create a material here. I will just right click, make material attributes. And then I will go to base color, put it here, normal, put it here, ambient occlusion, roughness. And then I will need to have a texture coordinate just like I had before here. But this time I will go to texture coordinate. You can also press U if you want to create. I will press M to multiply. You can also type multiply here. By the way, I'm pressing tab or right click to go to the search tab. So and then I will press constant. Okay, and I will have this tree here. What I can do is connect these two here. And this one, I will right click, convert parameter, and I will put tiling. And I will put something like 0.03. And I will go here, and I will connect these ones here. So let's create our first layer. I won't connect this one here because I need something to put my material on. So what I can do is to put a landscape layer blend. And here you will add the layers I told you before. You can just click plus, and there you will have the first layer. Let's just call it layer 1. Okay, and then I can just go here. And now I will have my first material. So how can I connect this? I can go here, and instead of, I can go here and then break material attributes, and then I can just go here to base color, go to the roughness, go to the normal, and go to the ambient occlusion. And that's all I need. Hit apply, and you will see that it turns black because it doesn't have any layer information. So now that I have here, what I have here is basically my material. I can go here to the landscape. I can paint, and you see that I don't have any layer. So what I will do is to basically, let me save everything. If you don't see your layers, maybe you didn't save your material, you can go to landscape, paint, and if you still don't see it, just go to create new level. Just create any level and open the map that you had before. And now, if you go to your landscape, you will be able to see that you have this layer 1. By default, there is no information, so we will create a layer info here. Wait layer. Just accept the folder that I will create. And now that you have the info layer, and you save it, now you can see that everything turns into this color. So what we will do next is to create the rest of the material so that we can paint in the landscape and just have some more variation. So let's add our new layers. Let's go back to my content browser and let's find the Megascans, go to surfaces, and then here I will just I can just go here and check each surface. So this one is the first I tried. Let's try this one. So I can go here and grab this material here. There you go. And what I can do now is to create a material just like I did before. I will use Control C and Control V. And remember, don't forget to put a shared wrap here. And now I can just go here, go to the normal, go to the ambient occlusion, go to the roughness, and this one, I will have the same tiling for everyone just for now. Remember, we want to just put things and then improve them little by little as we continue. So we can just put something like this. And then I'm gonna create a new layer. So what I will do is to go here, and instead I'm gonna put that layer 2 here. There you go. I'm just gonna put this one here. Let's create another one. Control C, Control V. And now let's try to look for another one. For example, this one. We're gonna go here, put it here, and then go back here, put this one here, and then go back here, and then put this one here. And it's already shared and wrap. Always make sure to have shared wrap for this. Otherwise, you won't be able to paint more textures. So let's just click on this one. And then go to the layer 3 here. Go here, layer 3. And let's just connect this one here. There you go. So now that I have my layers here, I can just apply. Okay. And now what I can do is to paint here. Okay, so I can just save, go to landscape. And if I don't see them, you know what we need to do. Go to open world, open the map again. There you go. And we go to the landscape and we will only paint some parts. Okay. So for example, first we need to add the weight blended. Go here and then add another one here, just like we did before. Then save everything. And now we can start painting. For example, this one, we can just, let me decrease the brush size. We can just paint here. Now we can have some cliff or something like that. There you go. It actually blends really nicely. And put something like this. And with shift click, you can erase it. Let's try the other one here. We can click here and let's just see how it looks like. So it looks like a nice cliff. You can always put it here if we want. Okay, we go here, and then we can paint this one here. So now I have, let's just say, 3 layers that I can use. Let me just paint a little bit here so I can have more options. And apparently I'm using the texture that I shouldn't be using. It's the one I tried to use before. So let's just change it. Let's just go to this one, salt, and let's go to this one here. We're gonna use this one. Okay, we're not gonna use the other one um, because it doesn't look really well when it's styling, because this is supposed to be a massive. And just by when we're talking about is this one here, we're gonna download the highest quality because we're going to use it later to blend our landscape more nicely. Okay, so we're just gonna go here, and now I can just apply, and you will see that my texture will change, and that's great. Now I have this texture here that I can use. Actually, I like the combination of these textures. If your landscape doesn't look good, it's because maybe you didn't find the right textures. Okay, so now that I have this, what I can do is to change the blending mode. So as you can see here in my material, I have the blue channel for the height map. And I'm going to use this. So if I go here and I check the blue channel, you will see that I have black spots and white spot. Okay, the black means it's deeper. It's like the valleys, and the white is the peaks. So what I will do is to grab this and go to cheap contrast. And now I can press 1 and I can create a parameter called height contrast. And I can put something like 1 for now. And what I can do is to put this into the layer blend. So here, the 1, I will leave it there. Okay. Number 2, I will go here and put a height blend. And the height blend, actually, I'm not going to use this one. I'm just going to copy here. I'm going to use the second layer. And I'm going to put it here on layer 2. And the same will be for layer 3. I will change it to height blend. I will copy and paste, and then go here and then put it just right here. Okay, so now we have our height contrast. We don't really need to use the first layer. Only need to use the second one and the third one. And now that we have this, we can apply. And let's see how it looks like. So as you can see, it's changing a little bit, but let's open the material that we created. Go to materials, go to material instance, and you will see that I have here my parameters. The height contrast, I can put some, if it's 0, it will be like it was before. I can put something like 5 or 50. It will be very contrasty. So I can just put 5, for example. And what I can do now is go to the landscape and then try to paint something. Just close this. And let me paint the tool strength really low. And as you can see, when I paint now, I'm using the height information. So now, for example, you can go here. You can blend this like this. You can just remember to save it. Now you will have a much better blending between these textures. The next thing we're gonna do is to use the texture we got this, but we're gonna overlay this into our landscape. And we're gonna do that by having our highest quality texture here. So I'm gonna click Add. And this will make sure I have the 8K texture. It's great. And we're gonna use it next. So let's add the world texture to add more variation to our landscape. And we will leave it like that. So if you take a look at what we had before, we had our texture here. And not only that, we put the 8K texture here. So make sure you download the 8K texture here and you put it here. And also the normal one, you grab the 8K texture and put it here. The mask, we don't really need it, so I will just delete it. So what we will do now is to blend the color with this one. So let's use this by doing a linear interpolate. There you go. So you can also press L if you're more comfortable. This is a very common operation. The base color will be on A, and the B color will be here. This is the color that will be on top. And the alpha In this case will be a number. Let me press 1 to get a constant, then I will right click, convert to parameter, and I will call this color opacity. And I will put this one to 0 for now, so you can take a look at what's going on. Let me just connect this one here, hit apply. Now, nothing has changed, so let me control space to open our material. Let's go to the materials here, go to the material instance, and if you put the color opacity to 1, you will see that my landscape is using the world coordinates of basically the big texture here applied to everything, which is very nice because it's 8K and you can have a really nice resolution even though we're not really tiling that much. You can even change the tiling if you want, but I find that this one is good enough. So what we can do, we can go from 0 to 1, but we can have something in between, something like 0.5 or 0.3 or even 0.7 if you want. We can put something like 0.7 or 0.6, something like that. Okay, so the next thing we're gonna do is to blend a normal, because a normal map of this mesh is really nice. So I will go here and put normal blend, and I will choose blend angle corrected normals. Click here. The base normal will be this one, and let's take a look at the additional normal. It will be this one here, and I will, as a result, I will just put the normal, hit apply, and as you can see, my normal is quite strong, but it's nice, right? Especially if you see from distance, this will give you a really nice detail in your environment. Okay, but from close up, it doesn't really, it doesn't look very pretty. So what we need to do is to reduce the intensity, and we're gonna do that by changing the 2 channels. So if we take a look at the normal map, we have the green channel and the blue channel. The red one looks like this. The green one looks like this. Now the blue one, it's always on because this is a normal map. But basically, we need to change the green and the blue channel. This will change the intensity. So I will create an append node. And I will just put it here. And then I will change the intensity of these 2 channels by pressing M to multiply. Press 1 to create a constant. Right click, convert to parameter, and call it mal intensity, something like that. And we're gonna put it on 1 just for now. And now that we have this, we just need to get back the blue channel. So let me append. I will get these 2 channels and then the blue channel. And now that I have this, I have my new normal. I can put it in the additional normal here. Let me just move this one here. And now I can hit apply. Now looks like nothing has happened, and that is because we haven't really changed the property. So if we go back to 0, this is what we had before. We can go to 550 to have something super strong, but we won't do that. We will put something like 0.5 or 0.2. 0.7, that's too much. 0.5 looks like a good number, especially from distance. Let me put this one to 0. 0.5, 0.2. 0.3 looks like a good number. Very nice. So now we have gone to this from this. And just by adding those 2 values, we are having our landscape much more interesting. The next thing I can do, of course, is go to the landscape and then go to paint. And here I can just paint more values. I can just increase the brush size, put something like this, then just start painting here. I can just paint more things here, more and more things. And I can paint another one here, for example, like here. I can paint more stuff. Let me just go really big here. I can just do something like this. Paint more stuff here. And when I get close up, I will really be able to see the details. For example, this one or this one. It's really nice method to have if you want to basically create more stuff for your environment. It's really nice. Okay, so the next thing we need to do is to take care of some things that are floating. For example, like this part here. Um, this part here is floating also, and we don't want that. So we're gonna fix those small little details to make our scene look a little bit better. For now, the bigger picture looks like this, something like this. It has a nice composition. It can be better, so let's try to polish some stuff in our environment. So now that I have my landscape, I want to add some colors into this because it looks very sandy. If I press Alt 3, you will see that my colors are pretty much like this, which is great. Look, if you want to have walls in your game and then the floor it's another color than the walls, you're in a good spot. It means that actually the player will know where to walk. But we want to add more colors into this because this looks like really sandy, and we can add more color variation. And KitBash already comes with some materials. So let's go back to press Ctrl space. Let's try to get some materials here. It should be like one of this. There you go. You got these meshes that come with the material. Let's take a look at it. One is the terrain material A, which is something like this. And you got the terrain material B, which is something like this. Okay, you got another one here, is the terrain material C. But we already have a lot of dark colors, so what we're gonna do is to use this one. Looks pretty alien, so I'm gonna choose this one. So in order to find the textures, what we need to do is to go here to this texture slot, and when you click here, you will find the texture here on the content browser. Okay, let's create a collection here called like textures. Okay, let's put it again here, and let's just grab it here. Actually, we can grab all of those in case you want to use others. So now that we have our texture, it's time to modify our Megascan material. Now, by default, let me grab a Megascan from here. Let's just go to Megascans, go to 3D assets, go to static mesh. Let's just grab this one for now, just to test. So what you have here, it's basically this material here that comes with a bunch of parameters. Quixel already did that work for us. And then you get the default material. Okay, so let's double click on this. And now you will get something like this. If you take a look at where this is located, I can press Ctrl B or go here with browse to check where is it. And it's here in this folder called Megascans presets. Let me go to my content browser so you can take a look. Megascans presets. Let me go here, Ctrl B again. And you can see here that my default material it's here. Okay, we're going to create a new one. So what we're gonna do is to copy this into our project. So we're going here. We're gonna copy to tutorial Minerva. So the default material here, we're gonna go here, and then we're going to tutorial Minerva, put it in materials, and then do a copy. And now we're gonna change the name to m_rock master Megascans master, something like that. Okay, so this is our rock master material, and basically it's the same. So what we want to do here, let me close this, I don't really need it. What you want to do here is to put the material and basically create instances of this material and apply it to our rocks. So what we're gonna do is to create a sloped material. So we're gonna do that by grabbing first the textures we created here. I'm gonna grab these two here, just like this. Okay, and then I'm gonna change the tiling. I will press U, M, and 1. You can also type it like texture coordinate. multiply, and constant. You can drag this one here. I will press like 2 for now. And then I will plug this in here. Then I will create a material here. So I will put make material attributes. The base color will be this one. The normal map will be this one. And maybe the base color can get us the roughness for now. We will just put this one like this. And now that we have this, what we need to do is to add some snow on top or something like that. So we're going to do that by creating the slope mask. Okay. And the slope mask, what it will do is to create a mask. If you want to preview how it looks like, go here to start previewing node. And you will see that you have, the mask here. Okay. So let's create the slope angle first. Okay. And in order to change this a little bit better, what we can do is to create a parameter collection to change all these instances at the same time. So we're going here to control space. Let's find our mission Minerva, go to materials, right click, go to materials, and then go to material parameter collection. I will call this MPC rock master, something like that. And I will double click on this. And you can see I can create scalar parameters and vector parameters. I will create the slope angle. It's a vector tree. So this one will be my slope angle. And by default, I will use the blue one because I want the blue one, the z-axis, to have the slope. And then I will create the fall off and the chip contrast. So I will go here. I will create chip contrast. Sorry, do not go to vector, delete this. Go here to scalar parameter, then go to chip contrast. By default, I can put 1 and then put another scalar parameter, call it fall off, and then basically put 1 by default. Okay. And that's all you need to do actually. Now that I saved this, I can grab my parameter collection and I can put it here. Okay. Make sure your parameter, you can check which parameter you want to choose. For example, I want to choose a chip contrast. I can just put it here. Control C, Control V. Then I want to choose the fall off. I want to put it here. Okay. And then for the slope angle, I can Control C, Control V. Go to the slope angle. And you can see that this is a float 4. So if I go here, it may cause some issues because this is a vector 3 and this is a vector 4. So what I will do is do the component mask and then do the RGB here. So I only grab the RGB channel. The next one is the normal map. I can use, for example, this normal if I want. This will give me the normal map of this texture. So I can basically blend between these two. Alternatively, I can use this one if you want. I will use just the rock one, just for now. Okay. So now that I have this, I can comment some things if you want. Like you can press C to comment the materials and put like, I don't know, slope material. And then I can go here and press C, put it slope mask. There you go. Mask. I can change the color if you want, like something like, I don't know, something like green. If you feel like. But anyway, let's put this as a wrap texture. And we can put this also as a parameter. So let's convert this to parameter and put it the slope base color. And then go here, slope normal texture. And then the base color texture. There you go. And now, if you go here, we can also assign a group. We will name this slope. Also this one, convert to parameter, call slope tiling. We can press like 1 or 2. I don't know. Then we can put the slope group. And here, we don't really need to create a group because we're using a parameter collection. Now what we need to do is to blend these two. So we're going to use a material blend standard. And the base material will be this one. It's the original material. And then the top material will be this one here. Now, if you don't want to put the wires like this, you can always type name and add a reroute node. So for example, this is my slope material. And now what I can do here is type slope material, and it will find the same one I have. And it's like connecting these two together. I can just put it here. And then I can put the mask here if I want. Okay, so now that I have this, I can just go back and put it here. There you go. So now I have my rock master material. Now what I need to do is to apply this to my rocks. So what I will do is to test this with this one. So I have my material instance here. So if I double click on this, you will see that I have an option that I can change the parent material, and I can put rock master. And just by doing that, what it's happening is that I already changing the parent material, and because it's using the same parameters, I don't need to change anything else. Now let's take a look at this asset, and you can see that I have my slope material here. Now, if you want to make it more evident, we can go here to the parameter collection we had, and let's close this because it's really laggy. Let's just close this one, save it. And we're gonna open our parameter collection where we can change some values. Okay, why I did that in the parameter collection and not in the material instance? It's because I can change all the values of all the rocks. For example, I can put chip contrast, I can put 0 or 1 or 5. I can put the fall off to 0, and I can put more or less what I want. I can change the slope angle to something like this. For example, I can put it like this, like in the red axis. I can go to the y axis. I can go to the z axis. I can go both if I want. And with this, pretty much everything will be covered. Okay, from all angles. Like if you have a snow or something, maybe you want to use this one. Like the snow is coming from here from a blizzard, and it's gathering up in the corners of the mesh. In our case, we will just leave it like this, and the fall off we're gonna put something like 0.5. Okay, to start with. Now, if I want to apply this to all my rocks, it will be very simple. I can just go here to this is only applied into this mesh, so I will delete this. And what I need to do is to go to Megascans, go to 3D assets, and then go one by one, and basically change the parent material here. Okay, so I can go here, double click, and then go to parent material and put my rock. And this is my rock master. There you go. And let's choose another one. Let's try to put, like, for example, this one. Maybe we will be able to see it. We can already start seeing it from distance here for some of the assets. Like, for example, this one. I can double click on this, double click on the material, and then change this to the rock material. Maybe you can also do this earlier if you really want. But in my case, like, I felt like I want to show you this step before so you can see how you can make things better on the fly. Rock. There you go. And just like that, I'm starting to populate all the rocks. And I don't need all of them like this, but it will be nice if I have something with a little bit more variation. So on my side, because I don't want to bore you that much, I will go back through each one of those and do the same process. Again, just in case, just go here, go to the material, then change the master material to rock. There you go. Now you have your rock master material, and you can always close this as you don't need it, and everything will start changing automatically, all your instances. So I will go through one by one, and then I will come back when it's finished. So I finished off with putting all the materials here. And now I want to show you how you can add it automatically to any new mesh you want. So if you go to bridge here, I can download a new mesh, for example, this one. And before you add it, make sure you change here the 3D master material. In my case, will be my rock material. Okay. So as soon as I do that, I can just, close it and it will be safe. And I will just click add. And as soon as I add it, I will be able to see it in my content browser. Just wait a bit until it loads. And what it will happen is that it will import all my textures and my model, but this time it's not going to use the default material from Megascans. It's going to use the material I just created. Okay, so now it's finished. I can go to my content browser and you will see that I have my new asset here in Megascans. I can double click on this and you will see that it's already using my material. And because I'm using the default material that came with Megascans, it's already using all the textures that were provided before, which is great. Okay, now what you can do here now, it's basically change the roughness and a lot of things. In my case, I want to take a look at something different. If you take a look at our environment, let me close this, you will see that basically everything here has color and everything here has not. And that's not good. So what we're going to do is to add another material to our landscape that we can paint. So we can also add this material here so we can blend better with our landscape. So we're going to do that very easily. We're going to go to Control Space and find our material folder. Uncheck this. And then go to, let's just save everything first. There you go. Now let's go to the landscape material. And now what we can do is to create another material using this. In my case, it will be the materials, the texture we created from Minerva. So I can just grab this. Okay, now I can just copy and paste this and connect this ones to the base color, to the normal, and here I can multiply this and I can put a clamp node so I can only have values between 0 and 1. So then I can multiply this. For example, I can just right click, start previewing the node. So you can see these black values are very shiny. I don't really want that, so I can multiply by 2. I can multiply by 5. Maybe 3. And there you go. Okay, maybe only some parts it will be shiny. That's good enough for me. That's much better than this one, which is pretty shiny. Okay, let me go for 5. And then I can just go here to the roughness. Okay, and let's see if we have an ambient occlusion. We don't, so it's okay. We don't really need it. And now that we have this, we can just go back to our tiling and connect this to here. There you go. And now that you have this, we can just connect this. Now we can use the same thing we did before. For example, we can just go to the height here and put a name. And let's call this layer 4. Okay, and this should be the layer 4. Yes, it is. So now I can go here to my layers. This one can be a normal layer. I don't want to put a height map. I don't have it. So I will just put layer 4. And I will put L4 here. And now I have my reroute node. So it's a little bit easier to work with. So now that I have this, I can just apply this, save it. And now I can just go to my map and let's check if we have it. And let's go to paint and we don't have it. So let's just go open a new level and then open again our previous level and we should be good to go. So now that we're here, we can just go to landscape and now we have another material. We can just add the weight and make sure these textures are in shared I almost forgot to apply it myself. It happens very often. If you don't, it will be very hard for you to paint new textures because you have a limit. And now you have this. We can just paint here. For example, we can just go here and painting some areas. For example, these ones. We can just paint here some of these textures. Okay, and we can do the same here, especially where the player will play. Let me grab the smaller brush and just start, just start painting some things here. It's nice that this roughness is low, so we can have more variation. We can start painting here more and more things. And this is gonna give us a lot of more variation. We can just paint here. And if you want, you really can make a really big brush. Start painting here, for example, something like this, and just start painting and then shift click and then paint again and shift click and paint again and shift click, and you get the idea. And just like that, we can have more variation in your environment. You can shift click here, paint again. And by adding this fourth material, we're now adding a lot of more variation to our environment. We can just paint here, and you can take as long as you want. In my case, I just want to paint this area, which I will have the player walking in. So let's just go here and play from here. Now you can see that I have a little issue here where my meshes are starting to disappear from distance. We will take a look at that later. For now, we will just leave it like that. Okay, we're gonna fix some areas here. This one is floating. I don't really want that. And also this one is finishing here. I also don't want that. So what we can do is to work on some of these connections. For example, this one is floating here. I can put some rocks or something there to kind of make it have more logic. This one is also floating. Let's put some base here that we can use, something like that. We can always move it if we want. We're not constrained to what we put before. We can always move things around. We can play with the lining. You can see that all my meshes here come with the emissive, which is nice. Okay, it's a really nice addition that KitBash put to the meshes. The emissive really adds a lot to the environment. So we're gonna work on this area where the player will start. I'm gonna make this one a little bit higher so we can start from here and look all the things that we have, and then make a path down so that we can go down. Most likely we will go to the ship here, and then we will travel around and then land into this area here where we will, we will land here, and then we'll be able to play. Okay, so let's do that next. So what we're gonna do now is to polish this part. I want the player to start more or less from here. So I need to make sure that I have a higher platform. I'm gonna go to my landscape mode, and I'm just going to sculpt here, and something like this. I can just sculpt a little bit and then do the flatten tool. Something like this could work. So let's play from here. And that's a little bit too high. So let's go back here to the landscape, and then let's go to the flatten tool and go here, just like this. There you go. And you don't need to do all of this, just this part, and then let's play from here. Okay, awesome. So I'm just gonna make it a little bit higher. Okay, I'm just gonna sculpt this a little bit, and then I'm gonna flatten this out. There you go. So this will serve me as my platform to, to walk here. So what I will do is to put my platform here. I already have a bunch of collections here I can use. Instead of looking for all the assets here, I can just go here to my floor collection, and maybe I can grab something like this, for example. And here I can put the ship. I want to put the ship here, so I will just put it here. So this is like the main objective for the player. And let's see if this is good enough. Oh, sorry, a little bit too high. So let's go back to the landscape and let's just flatten from here. This should be good enough. Okay, and also flatten this area. Okay, go. And then go here and just put this one in position, something like that. Okay, this is what we want. So now that we are here, we can see this as the base where you will build something. So I have my floors here. I can put this one here if I want. I can put this one here if I want to. Okay. Let me just start with a really big base. Like for example, I want to put something. I want not this one. This one is a little bit too big. Let me just start with this. Okay. So by putting this here, I already have a solid base. Now, if I press Alt C, you will see that the collision is like this. That is because basically not every asset can be fit for every kind of project. So there's an easy way to create collisions inside Unreal. So we're gonna go here to modeling, and we're going here to volumes, and we're gonna put mesh to collision. And by default, it's align boxes. I'm gonna put convex hulls, and I'm gonna put per mesh component. And you will see here that I have my meshes here. Okay, and you know it could work. I can also put it like by mesh group or by input object. Also, I can put sweep holes. Okay, I can change this simple or complex, or sorry, this smallest volume to C or X or Y. Depending on what you're looking for, you will get different results. So let me just go to convex, set, display from here, and now we have like a nice floor we can play with. Really easy. Okay, so now that we have this, we can just put it here in position. It's something like that. Let's just say we arrive from one ship to another. So let's put more stuff here. We can, for example, put this one here. Actually, this one doesn't have a, oh, it does have a door. So just let's just put this as decoration. Let me just put the snapping for this kind of surfaces. You may want to have something like this. And then for these ones, you may want to create something like this, for example. You may want to move it around. There you go. Now here, and just go back and put it here in position. Now let's try another one. There you go. Okay, so it looks like some parts of my mesh are intersecting with this one. I can just go to the modeling tools. Okay, and let me just move this around. I can duplicate this mesh, so I can have like another one. I can just go here to mesh duplicate, accept, and this will create another duplicate of the mesh, so I don't change the original one. And what I can do now, this change the vertex colors. Don't worry, we're gonna fix it later. But we're gonna go here to the triangle selection, and let's just select all connected, and let's just select all of this and delete. And we're gonna do the same here. We're gonna decrease the size of this brush. We're gonna go here. We're gonna delete all these meshes here. We don't really need. Like here, click here. There you go. We can leave the rest if we want. But in any case, for me, I feel like I want to delete it. So I can just click all of those and delete. And if you don't want to see the wireframe, there is an option here to show wireframe. You can just go here and it will turn red, all the parts that you want to delete. There you go. Something like that. Awesome. And just delete this one. We can just leave this part here if we want. Now what we can do, we can accept. And now let's see why this color is different. It could be because the vertex painting, it's another one. Okay, so what we can do is to basically grab one of these materials, for example. We can put it here if we want. We can put anything actually. We can put like this one. This one actually can work. So now when we play here, now the collision is it's not what we want, but we can easily fix this by going here and put this one as complex collision just for now. And just by doing that, we have created like a complex collision for our mesh. We're gonna do the same here. Go to complex. Now we can walk here. And now you can see that I have this part of my mesh, right? I can just go back, go here, and then I can go down. So the next thing, I'm gonna put stairs here. So I can easily find it by going here and then put stairs. And I have a lot of stairs. I can just grab any one of those, for example, like this one. Okay, or I can grab like something like this. We can always rotate it if we want. Okay, we can grab this one. This one looks like a nicer one, so we can just go here and put it in position. Yeah, something like that. Just put it here. And also, we can move things around. If we're not really happy with this, we can just move these things. And we can move it down if we want. In my case, I want to just leave it like that. Then I can just go back here and put the other staircase here. Something like that. Now, if I don't see it here, it's because my landscape is bothering me. I'm going to change the landscape. I'm going here to the landscape, and then perhaps I can do the sculpt, and I can sculpt with shift here. There you go, something like that. And I can just sculpt this area. And I can continue to sculpt something like this, and then I can flatten these parts if I want. Something like that. I can just leave it like that. Okay. And now that I have this, I have a staircase I can use. So I can create some collisions for this too. If I want, I can, let me duplicate this one and let me go to my modeling tools. And let's see what kind of result we can get with mesh to collision. Looks like it's having a nice collision here for us. Per component, convex hulls, accept. Okay, so now I have this collision here. This one, we're gonna change it, of course. Let's go back to mesh to collision. And it's giving me nice results. Actually, I find that this tool actually gives better results than the original one. In the static mesh editor, it's just more powerful. I can just come back here. And I still have some collision issues. Maybe I will try to put something different. But for now, I can just go back down. And let me just put another floor here. Perhaps another one of these. It could work for now. It could work. So we can just go back here and put it here in position. And now that we have this, we just need to decorate things a little bit. So let's try to play again. We're going to play from here. We have our map here, and we're going to add some props, don't worry. It's going to look nice. And we're going to go here. We're going to jump here, and we're going to do the leap of faith, and we fall down. Anyway, and now we have this part here where we have a spaceship. And maybe we want to put this one here where we want to put the spaceship. So we're gonna put this one here, and also we're gonna put another stairs. We can put this one, for example. I can just duplicate this one 180 degrees. I can move it here, put it into position. I can just go something like this, and I can just move this up. There you go. Now I can just move it like this. There you go. So now I can just play from here. And let's just create some collisions for this. You see the collision that this one has. Apparently this one is not having collision for these ones. We could try to do another modeling tab and then go to mesh to collision and increase the max cool. So there you go. We have like 100 of this. And we can reduce the size, of course, to something like 4. This will decrease the number of collisions we have. Now we can just go here. Very nice. There you go. Collision is a big topic for games, so do not worry if you don't get the results you want immediately. There you go. And now we will go to our ship here, and I will just place this one here. Another ship we made for another tutorial. This will be a blueprint actually, where we will be able to put our ship and then fly through the map. And it's gonna be amazing. For now, I'm just gonna put this one here. So as you can see, now we can start from here. What I'm gonna do now is to put some meshes around where I don't want to see the environment like this. I'm gonna put some rocks here. I'm gonna make this nicer. And then when I make things nicer, then I'm gonna add some props here so I can just make it pretty. So for example, I can go here to my prop buildings. I can grab one of this and I can just put it here, for example, something like that. I can rotate it around if I want it. I can just put it there, and I can fill everything just in anything with anything we want. Like for example, this part, I can put it here, and go like this if I want. Something like that. I can put a lot of things here. I can play with this, and we're gonna do that later, and we're gonna make this part look pretty. So to make your environment look better, we need to take care of these parts. Like here in the landscape, you see, like the texture itself won't fix everything, and people think that the landscape needs to look great, and it doesn't, because you need to put some meshes here. So we're gonna do that now. We're gonna put some rocks, and then we're gonna put more props around here to play with. Okay, so first thing, I'm going to Megascans and I'm going to static mesh, and you will see I have a bunch of meshes I can use. So for example, how will I fix this part? I will just go here, and if this is too too green for you and you don't wanna have it, you can always change the settings here. But for me, I'm just gonna leave it like this for now. And now that I have this, I just need to fix the landscape. So I can just go back here to the landscape and then go to the flatten tool, reduce the size, and then go back here and basically fix this part, all this part. And by having things as flattened, I can easily just put some meshes here without worrying about anything. I can just put this one here, and I can just duplicate it if I want. I can just do this here. I can rotate it. Remember, you can always click here to remove the snapping, like you can do here. And you can do something like this. And then you just can keep doing that. Okay, you can always grab something like this one, for example. You can put it there. If that's what you want, you can definitely do it. In my case, I just want to fill it with these meshes here. Okay, just something like this. And if I don't see them, I can just go to the landscape mode and then go to flatten here. but I don't want to flatten everything, just the parts that are blocking my mesh here, like these ones. There you go, something like that. And the other thing you can do is, of course, make variations. You can put something like this and put it here, something like that. And it really doesn't matter if you see these open faces. You can put more rocks here as you increase, uh, the number of meshes. You can always tweak these details later on. Later on, I will show you how I can fix this. Like, for example, I can just put this one here, okay? And this is like, it's okay, but it's not blending nicely. So I can just grab one of these meshes here, for example, and just put it here. Always grab something that is like a close mesh, or maybe not this one. Maybe I can grab another one. Just grab anything will do actually when it's too small. This one could work. Like, for example, I can just go here and put this into local mode and try to put it in position here. And as I continue to add these meshes, I will be able to block the path. Let me just find one mesh that is like close. Like this one, for example. This one is a really great example. I can just come back here and fix those details here. I can just put it here. Now, if you don't really want this green here, if you feel like everything is too green, you can always go to the materials here, remove the filter, or don't go to here, go to our tutorial Minerva we just create, open the material parameter collection, and then what you can do is basically change the fall off either to 4 if you want more, or 1 if you want less, something like that. I want something like 0.8 or 0.9. Actually, one is okay. One is perfect. I still have some greens here and there, but not too much. So that's good. What else you can do here? You can fix these transitions. Let me just fix this part really quickly by going to the landscape and flatten this area here. And I can just duplicate these parts here. And just duplicate, rotate this part. And just like that, we're having something much more believable. Okay. Now, for these parts, you don't want to see things like this, like a really straight line, like this one. That's very CG. So in order to break that, we can use this kind of meshes here. We can go to Megascans, and we can grab, for example, these ones. We can just put them like this, something like that, and we can just continue to do that, and we can even rotate it a little bit if we want. And just by doing that, we're adding much more variation in our environment. We can rotate it a little bit, duplicate it, and continue to do so only in the areas where the player will play. And of course, I can always grab another mesh. For example, I could grab this one here to ease my transition. Like, for example, here, I can do something like this. And then I can have smaller rocks here if I wanted. I can rotate a little bit. This part, it's always like, it's a lot of patience here. And as you can see from distance, it looks okay. You can do the same here. Like, for example, you want to put some ground elements here. You can definitely do that by going here and duplicating some meshes, scaling them up, something like this. And you can always go back to these ones, for example, and you can put them here. And then you can just duplicate this tree. For example, something like that. You can rotate those and put them like here, something like that. You can just put them like this. Now, if you really want to add more variation quickly, you can always group these meshes and go right click, level, and then create pack level actor, go to the center minimum z-axis, and then we will just go to the folder we had it, and we will call this mass, I don't know, ground small 01. And we're gonna put this into blueprints here. And now let's Control H to the landscape again. Now what we can do is, of course, we can always start duplicating these parts here. And we can make it bigger or smaller. You know, we can always update more and more things as we continue to add more meshes, and go something like this. Then you can always rotate around, put something like this, and then go here and put it here. The idea is that the player will come down and you will find that you need to come here. So we're gonna make it easier for the player. For example, we need a line here. So let's just put it there. And then we're gonna ease the transition between these two by dragging this mesh here. This will make everything look much better. We can just put this one here. And now we can just go back and put this one here. And we can always duplicate it. Of course, we can use virtual textures if you want. I'm not gonna do that for now. It's a setup that can take some time, but you can definitely do that if you want to increase the fidelity of your environments. Actually, a really nice trick to use. There you go, something like this. And now here looks a little bit flat, so you can always go to the landscape and use your painting tools to paint something a little bit more detailed. For example, like here, we can always go here to add more detail. Go to this one, add some smaller pebbles here. You can do the same here. And here you can always paint some greens if you want. And I like this one, this noise here. We can put it in places where the player won't walk. And just by doing that, we're already adding a lot of detail to our environment. We can continue to do this. For example, we can just go back here and basically keep duplicating these meshes. And because we're using the slope mesh, it's really easy for us to just add more variation to our environments without having to worry so much about the, what's will they notice if I'm using the same asset. I can just go flatten here and flatten this area, and we can do the same here. We can just Alt to duplicate, and we can just duplicate this area here, and we can always rotate like this and keep duplicating this area. We don't really need to decorate the areas that we won't see, although you need to always test your game and see for yourself if you really need to put a mesh. If it looks ugly, then of course you need to put it. But if it's not, there's no point on decorating. There's a lot of things you need to create in your game. Not only these meshes, you also need to add gameplay. You need to add a lot of things. So this is something you need to always decide for yourself. And of course, you can always duplicate these meshes to add more details and everything. And here for this transition, you can either use the landscape like this. For example, I can just paint here with this material, which is the same that my rocks are having. Something like this, and I can just paint here. And this will make the transition a little bit nicer. And if that's not good enough for you, you can always come back here and put one of these meshes, or use the group we create before. We can just come back here, Alt to duplicate, and we can just put these meshes here. We can always rotate around and play with it. Something like that. And we can just duplicate, put it in position here. I find that this process is, it's quite slow, but actually, it's really important, to be honest. Uh, I didn't want to skip this part. Usually I speed up, but I want you to see the entire process from the beginning, and always duplicate some of these meshes to add more variation. For example, this one here, we can just put it here, something like that. We can like this, and then here we can always come here and make this one bigger. And then also here we can add another mesh. The idea is to close this area because we don't want the player to see that there is nothing in the right? For example, here, we don't want the player to see that. So whenever we find this kind of issue, we can always come back here and add some meshes to our environment. I won't put it here because I won't really look at it, but you can definitely do so. Just to make things a little bit easier for myself and the environment, I'm just uh, going to keep it more simple here. I'm just gonna add some more meshes here because this part is quite important. So we're just gonna add some of them here and then some of them here also. We can add more of this if you want. And you can scale it non-uniformly if you feel so. Uh, if it doesn't fit the size, you can always scale it up. I find that 1.75, it's a number that people won't be able to tell if you scale it too much or too little. Uh, More than that, according to studies, uh, I think that's something they did on Epic Games many years ago in Unreal Engine 3 times, where just by having this number, they could realize that some players won't really notice it. So just keep that in mind. I'm just gonna leave it this like this, but you're free to just, for example, if you want to close this, you can always duplicate this, and then you can scale in -y and multiply by 1, and then you can just come back here. You can always rotate it if you want. A little bit tricky, but you get the idea here. Something like that. Uh, I'm not doing that for now because my player will start from here. I don't really need to put more things here. If I can just solve this by putting another big mesh here. Sorry, there you go. Something like that. You can just rotate this stuff around. Just something like this. And just like this, I can just grab one of the meshes we created here, the groups. As you can see, the groups are quite useful. Always use them whenever you can. Like here, for example, is very flat and everything. We add more variation by just duplicating those here and just rotating them and put them into position. Then we can have much more details than what it actually looks like. And here we can just, if we want, we can just play with some rocks here. We can make it really big, for example, like here. And we can, of course, fix this area by putting a rock here. And we can duplicate this part too. And we can rotate this around. And this will make sure we have like some rocks that cover this part of the mesh that is open. Let me just alt and click. Let me just put it down, something like that. And just by doing that, you are already having a lot of variation. Let me just duplicate one more time here, just to have one last variation in our environment, something like that. And there you go. The last part is just this one. We can go for one of this, for example, this one, a little bit too big, but it's very flat, so it may work. So we can just rotate it and put it in position here. Rotate it again. Go up, down. Sorry, just put it like this. Just make sure you cover the part of the landscape that you don't want to show. Let's just rotate this. And actually, this mesh is not really right. So we can just grab some of these meshes here and just make them super big. And because they have so much detail, we don't really care. And just rotate this around. And this will help you to have much better, transitions. It's always nice to have these close meshes. Whenever you don't have any mesh to work on, these meshes can really help you to close these gaps between the landscape that looks ugly and the meshes that look right. By just duplicating this stuff around, you can just go here and then put something like this. Let's just save everything just in case. And let's just put a couple of more meshes here. Just the idea is you always want to try your game. You don't want to assume that the player will see this mistake. They don't always do it, so don't worry. Let's just think it like this. And now here you can just even put more of these meshes if you would like to. You can put something like this. The same here actually. You don't want to leave this part just like this. You want to use your Megascans as much as possible. So let's try to play our game. Let's just go to File, select all, save everything, and let's just put I don't know if we have a player start. We didn't. So we need to put a player start here. Go to the basic, go to player start, and we're gonna start from here. We're just gonna rotate this. Let me put my snap on. And it's gonna be like here. Let's just play from here. And actually, when we start, we want the player to look that way. So there you go. Now there's something floating there. I'm gonna take a look at that later. But for us, let's just continue. Have the stairs. Here needs some adjustments. So as you can see, as I play my game, I can just make some decisions here. I can just go back and create something like this. There you go. And this one, we could move it if we wanted. We can move everything here, actually, by just dragging here. There you go. And let's play again. Go here. As you can see, there is quite a few details. The collision of this mesh, it's something we can work on. So we can just go to modeling, and then we can just go to let me just find mesh to collision, and we're gonna put the convex hulls, and we're gonna put per mesh component, and this should be okay. But we can reduce the target max count or increase it. Or we can also reduce this target here. And this part looks like it's gonna be a little bit of annoying. So let's check just how it looks like. You can just put 50 or 10. There you go. 10 looks like okay for us. Let's just play again. And this should be okay. So let's just go here and play our game. Hopefully this is working just fine. It's not. So we're gonna fix this very easy by going here to complex collision. Usually I don't do that, but sometimes it's necessary. So as soon as I do that, and we have the collision here, we can just, it should be fine. It's a little bit more heavy. There you go. Now we're gonna go to this staircase. So just by playing this, I feel like we can either rotate this around so that we don't walk that much, or we can add more details here, which I think it's something I will do. I will just rotate this part here. And let's check how it feels, how it looks like here. Actually, we could just move the staircase if we want. And then we're gonna add more assets here to make it more interesting. We can even put one of these floor assets that we have here. We can go back to this one, for example, and we can try to put it here. And just by doing that, we're already creating like a blocker here. And we can just move it into position, or to place it like just like here, something like that. And this will help a lot. We can add more meshes later. For now, I feel this is okay and it's working. Enough with nature. We're gonna add some man-made elements made by KitBash3D, which they already have a lot of meshes that can help us to make this part look better. So if you want to decorate this area, it's not only the rocks that you can put, you can also put some meshes made by KitBash3D. For example, I can go here to bridges. I can just put this one here. Have a bunch of bridges that I can put. So let's just start from this area. Let's just assume the players start from here. So what we're gonna do is to start putting some props. Okay, so we can add some meshes here, for example, something like that. We can continue to add bigger meshes if we want. So for example, this one, I could just like put it here if I want. And the idea is just to not leave everything like empty. You can leave it if you want, or maybe you want this one. Actually, this one's a little bit too big. I'm looking for something smaller. So let me just wrap some of this. There you go, something like this. I'm gonna put it here. And these ones we can just rotate around. Try to put it in position. Something like that. And we can always like duplicate some stuff if we want. Actually, this one has two meshes here. Let's see. Okay, we only put one here. Put another one. We can just put it here. And try to put it in position. There you go, something like this. Now we can block the player's path by just rotating this around. And it's very simple. We can just put this one here and the player won't be able to go back. Just as simple as that. Okay. Initially, I plan to start from here, but it's too long. I only want to decorate some areas of here. So for this one, I can just go back here, and for example, I can just put this one and just make this smaller if I want. And actually, I can just put it here. There you go. Let me play with another one. For example, this one. we can try to put it downstairs. By pressing an end key, I can just snap it to the ground. I can just put some of these meshes here. And also some of these areas, we can just put them here. And if you want, you can always put the floor here, like this one, for example, or this one, just to have something there. If you really want to, you can definitely do that. Put something like this. There you go. What else we can put? Well, we can put more things here. Something like that. And also some props here, like for example, this ship here. We can just move it here and make sure like there is some props inside, maybe, like for example here, like having some cargo. There you go. And let's try to put something else. Just let's try this ones. I really like this one because it has a lot of feeling here. Just put this one here, and also go back to this. I can just Control V to take a look at the rest of the meshes here. I can also go to one of my collections here and take one of this, for example, my building here. I can just put this one here. I can just put this one here if I want it. I will just put it here, even though there is a staircase here. Nothing stops me from playing with the kit to have more interesting shapes. I can come back here and play with these shapes too. I can just go back and put something like this here. And just leave it like that. And later on, I can take care of the connections and everything. I can go back to this one. And I can put something like this here, for example. Just by adding more and more props, your scene will look much more alive. Let me go to my props collection, and I really like this one here. I'm gonna put it. And as you can see, there is some part of the landscape that is messing up with my mesh. So I will just go to the landscape, go to the sculpt, and flatten some of these areas here. I don't really need it. And I can just increase the brush size, and here I can just flatten everything just to make sure nothing really intersects my mesh. Now it's much cleaner. I can go back here and actually put another mesh here. I know that this is a group, but actually I can just try to fake it with more and more details. I can just put it anywhere I want, something like that. And then we can try to put more props here, for example, or more of these buildings here. If you really want some bridge or anything, we have some of those. Let's go to the mid buildings. We can put something like this, for example. We can put it here in position. We can rotate it, and we can always have these things here are like connections between different buildings, and they always go well together, like something like this. And what else we can do? We can put a control station here, just like we did before. We can put it here, and this one we can move a little bit here so that we have something different, something like that. You can always move these things as you see fit, something like that. If you want, have like a couple of control stations, and then you can have another one here if you want, something like that. Just by doing that, you are already having a lot of variation here. Now, if you don't really want this to be in the ground, you can always put uh, some of these ground meshes here if you want. Nothing stops you from doing that. Uh, it definitely looks nicer, but for me, uh, I want to feel now how my game feels like. So I will just play from here. You can see now I have some props, have some buildings. This one doesn't make much sense there, so I will just change it. I will just go down here until I reach the bottom. And now I can, as you can see, when I put more meshes, some of the issues that you thought you had before are disappearing. And then I will go here to my ship, and then I will go here and land and basically fly through here. Okay, so these parts, we need to add some meshes here. We're also gonna do that. And these parts, maybe we can just, we can either just put it here if you want, if you're not gonna see it, or you can just leave it there and move it a little bit so that have the connection of these roads. The next thing, I'm just gonna add smaller elements, because now we have the big elements like these ones. We have the medium elements like these ones, and there are some small elements that I really want to put there. So let me see if I can just add some tables or something. Yeah, we can think about it later, but for now, let's just leave it like this. Okay, so time to add some smaller props. I'm going here to my collections, and I will show you the ones I think that could have a good fit. This one, for example, like this one is like the solar panel. I can just copy the location of this one and paste it here, and this will give me like really nice solar panel I can use. I can just go to level, create pack level instance actor, create mass, prop, solar panel, mol01. Then go here to the blueprint, save it here. Now I don't need to recreate it all the time. I can just put something like this. And the same thing, I can just go back here. I can put more solar panels. And just by adding these small details, I can just increase the sense of scale of my environment. If I have something like this, uh, everything will start making more sense, because you know basically what I'm doing here, it's adding uh, relatable elements for the player. For example, I can add some of this, um, like some of these panels here. I can just put it here, and if I don't like this part, I can just go back here, and I can just grab one of these meshes here. I can just rotate it, just put it in position, and just leave it there. And then I can just put this panel here, and I can put one of these satellites here to make it a little bit more interesting. I can put some of these meshes here. The idea is to put meshes anytime. Uh, every time you have the chance, you can put some meshes here, just so that you can have more variation. I find this a little bit too noisy. And this one, I will delete this one, but maybe I will put it somewhere else. For example, maybe here. You can create something like this. Much better. Yeah, it's okay. Actually, I'm just going to move it like this and try to put it here in areas where I feel it won't bother that much. I just want to add more variation, but I don't want to put details that distract the eye. And also, you have these solar panels. You can definitely play with the scale. Like if you rotate this and I don't know, you want to play with the scale here, you want to put like 15, maybe like 25, and you just want to put them here, for example. You can put like big solar panels here if you want. I will try to put it here. For example, like in this area, I can just go here and put something like 15. And I can just rotate this. And actually this part here, uh, this one, we can move it here. So we can have more variations. Something like that. And we can move this one here. There you go. Much better. And let's play with some of this area, because it feels a little to me it feels a little bit empty. So I can just put some props here. Let's start with the big ones. So why not start with this one, which is pretty nice. You can just go back here and press End, and we can rotate this 90 degrees. And as soon as we do that, we're already telling the player that, hey, you need to go somewhere else. You cannot just go forward. There's something blocking you. We always use objects to tell the player that he cannot go there. That's something to keep in mind. Rotate this stuff around, and we can, of course, play with the solar panels. We can also put them here if we want. We can go back here, press End, and put it here. And also here. Something like that. So this one will help you to tell the player that it's going into this direction, right? You should be going here. Okay. This one can also help us to enhance this. Something like that, for example. And then what else we can put? Of course, we can continue to put these little panels here. And if you want to put more detail on the ground, of course, you can go to the Megascans assets, and you can just play with this asset here. We just duplicate it, scale it, duplicate again, and remove the snapping. Put it like this, and then duplicate again, and put it here. And now we can just select all of those and just create a new here, and then go to level, create pack level actor, click OK, mass around mol 02, mass ground mol 02. There you go. Now that you have this, you can just put this here in position. You can play with this, you can rotate around. You can just put it here, just so that you don't have this problem of, I don't want to see my landscape or whatever. It's okay if you see it a little bit. You can always put some rocks here. For example, you can go to the Megascans, go to the 3D assets, go to static mesh, then just start putting some of these meshes here. There you go, something like this. And this way we can also block the player from going into a direction we don't want him to go. And put something like this, and just place it here. Awesome. And the same we can do here. We can add more props. We can just find some of the props we have here, some of the medium-sized props, and we can put this one here, for example. And then we can put another one, just this one, and create something like this. And then you can put other props, like for example, you can put the smaller props here just to sell the scale. Something like this, for example. There you go. Something like that. So let's play our game and check what's the feeling of it. So you can just go here. I find that this prop is really nice. It's actually helping. Just go down here. Now this prop block us from going there. This prop shouldn't be here. This prop should be like around here, just so that we don't block the player. Now we can just come back here and then go get our ship. So based on our playtest, we should be moving this thing here, for example. Here you go. And then you can just put this one here. The idea is to be a little bit organized with your assets, just so that they are not everywhere. And the good thing about KitBash is that you already have hundreds of assets, so you can really use whatever you want. If honestly, you play from here, you want something like this. You saw that you have some lines here that point the player that, hey, you need to go this way. Like, I'm blocking you. I'm also blocking you. I'm also blocking you. And this is a staircase. And this is a big hole that tells you, hey, maybe you need to go here. Okay. So, not bad. Now that we have taken care of the player start, if you're making a big world, now you know why some people that said like they want to create an open world starting out. Yes, it's possible, but it just takes time. We just decorate this part. Imagine having to decorate this area. You will also need some time to decorate and polish. This part looks okay. It's okay for now. We're gonna leave it like this. For now, we're gonna fix some issues here. Like for example, this part, like it's always it's floating. We don't want that. Also, we want to increase the focal point. Like for example, here we can put some big stairs here. Like we can put them here in position, like it's constructing something or something like that. And we can go here, for example, put some stairs here, something like this. You go something like that, and you can always go back here, and it's just a nice way to make the focal point stand out. But for now, we're gonna leave this part like this. If you want, you can continue. For example, you can go to the bridges here. You can play with some of these assets. For example, you have some bridges here that you may wanna try. For example, this one, you may want to put it here, or you want to put some assets here. For example, some of these bridges here, and then you want to connect some areas or whatever. It's up to you. We're gonna focus more on this part, and now it comes the fun part where we want to polish our environment to make it look unique. Okay, so now that we focus on the player start area, let's go here and fix some stuff that we haven't finished before, because we wanted to establish the overall composition of our map, and we don't really take care about details like this or anything. We just want the main idea. So for this, maybe we can, for example, move this one here and maybe rotate it, something like that. And we can always go like 0 degrees. Okay, and we can come here, and we can always move it here, just like that. And maybe something like that. And also this one we can move like this. Let's put it here. There you go. We have something like this. Now, for this connection, you may want to put something different. For example, we have the bridge here. We can either put it like this, and you see it's going into different direction. It doesn't matter. We can always multiply by -1 and then go back here, put it 90 degrees. And now what we can do here, it's basically move it and put it in position. I'm gonna put a pivot point here just so that we can put it easier, just like that. Then we're gonna make sure it's on the right position. We don't really need to be too picky about this because no, we're not gonna see it anyway. But just in case, we're gonna choose all of this. Okay, all of this, and then we're gonna move it just so that we have enough space here. Let's see. Yeah, something like that. And then we can move some other parts like of the mesh like this. For example, we can put something like this here. And now that we have some space, we can actually put this one here in position. Let's put the pivot point here. There you go. More or less the same. You just put it here, and then we can move it to the right and then move it up. And there you go. Now you have something much more interesting. So next part is this one. We could we could put like something here, like some kind of mountain or anything. You don't necessarily need to do that, but just in case, I'm just gonna go to my landscape, go to my sculpt tool, and go to the brush size. I'm gonna sculpt something here. Just something like that. And then I'm going to flatten this, just like this. Okay, and I'm gonna sculpt again until I have something like that. I'm gonna put it like this so that I can have my entire platform in position here. And now let me just hide this and let me go to my landscape and just flatten this area here. It doesn't matter if you don't see it. For us, it really doesn't matter because we're just going to not look at that way because I will need to put some rocks here, and we can definitely do that. But you know, it can take some time. So, for example, I can just grab one of this, or maybe one of these ones. I can just rotate around, play with it, and just put it in position here. Something like that. There you go. And then you can move this around. And you can polish this area if you want. But I won't do that. I will just leave it like that because I won't see it in my composition. The next one is this. Let me just work in the landscape with this. I think we can flatten some of these areas. We don't need them. Okay, let's go to smooth, and or maybe just go to sculpt and then go here. And there you go, much better. And here we can kind of put like something like a, I don't know. It looks like it's going to like a cave or something. It really doesn't matter because we're not gonna see it anyway. And here, I could leave it like that. Actually, it looks like a nice place. We can put our basement. For example, I can put some buildings here. Let's just go to buildings and put something like, I don't know. Let's just grab all of this first. Try to move it down a little bit. There you go. Something like that. Nice. Much better. And now we just need to take care of this. Now this one is like here. Now maybe this is in construction, so we can put some kind of bridge like this. I do not pass is in construction, whatever. Or we can put something like this. and we can put things like these props here, for example, like this staircase. We can put something like this, and this from distance you will be able to notice a lot, because this is the kind of thing that actually tells the scale of the environment. Maybe it was broken by a rock or something, so we can just come back here, go to 3D assets, go to static mesh, and maybe we can grab one of these boulders here and just put it here. There you go. Just fall. That's it. End of the story. And then you can just put some bridge here, something like this, maybe something like this, or maybe something like this. We can press Ctrl V to find something more or less the same. Really, this one is quite good. So let's just keep it like that. We don't really need to be too exact for this. We just want to make sure all the logic parts are pretty much established. We can make this one bigger if we want it. Let's just put it there. There you go. Nobody will see it. Same here. We can just a little bit down and a little bit here. And that's it. Great. So now that we have some logic in place, we can also try to change this building by another one. So for example, I can just grab one of the buildings that comes with the kit, which is actually pretty nice. Let me see which one. Actually, this one looks quite nice. Let me try to put it. Oh, it's the same one. Let me see. It's not this one. It should be one of these, and it's very nice. It's this one. I found it. So let me just put this one here. All right. So let's just hide this, and perhaps we can put something like this here. You go, something like that. And this is much more interesting. We can also play with the landing. For example, we could put something like this. This is already too big, to be honest. We can try to put it in the a distance. Something like that. It will work. If we want to put something here, really, even if we put it here, it will work well. Try to play with another one. I feel like this one can be a nice one. Yeah, this one can be actually a good one. And just like put this one here, and here we could put like the landing pads or everything, something like that. And then we will just need to put some rocks here to justify the existence of this thing. We can just go ahead and try to play with some of this. And then we can just rotate it a little bit. Let's rotate in the local one and remove this. Something like that. There you go. And then this one we can move a little bit here. We don't actually need to be very exact. In any case, we're gonna remove this one. We're fine with this. And if you don't want, you can also go here to Minerva. Don't go to static mesh. Go to Mission Minerva Actors, and this one actually have a lot of meshes. For example, you can grab one of this. It's pretty cool. Comes with a lot of options you can play with. You also have, if you don't want this one, like I find it's very nice, but maybe it's a little bit too much for a landing. So let's go to our floor. And let's just grab something like this. And this should be good enough. Like this one. Yes, this is what we're looking. Something like that. And then here we can try to, of course, we don't want to show this this ugly stuff. So this is a good time to sculpt this and smooth things out a little bit. Okay, awesome. Let's try to put some bridge here and there. The bridge are actually very nice. So let's try just to put some of them here. For example, these ones. And we can just the bridge from here. You will see it, but actually, if you put it here, if you put it like somewhere around here, let's check if we can see it from distance. We don't. Let's just go from here. Here you can also see it. Anyway, it's just a nice idea to have some nice connections here, smaller than this. So now that we have this, I feel like we're in a very good space where we can actually start polishing the atmosphere and everything in our environment. So the first thing I'm going to work on is to change this atmosphere, because this looks like planet Earth and we want to have the feeling of another planet. So let's go here and remove our clouds, because if we remove them, let's see what happens. Actually looks much better without the clouds. Okay, so let's just remove the volumetric cloud. That's nice. Now let's just find our atmospheric fog. Okay, and the sky atmosphere, sorry. So the sky atmosphere, we're gonna we can change the planet radius like 12,000 or 10. And that's like the radius of the super small planet, something like that. You can have it like this size. It really doesn't matter. You have the albedo. Let's just try to go for a nice color. For the colors, when I do the colors, I like to feel like has some nice colors here in the scene. So for example, here I like the purple here. Maybe we could keep it. Okay, so let's just leave it like that. You can always come back to this one if you don't like. Then you have the atmosphere height. Okay, I will leave it like that. Of this part, I will leave it like that too. And then I have this part will change a lot our level. If we change this scale, we will look very alien actually. So that's okay. If that's something you want. You also have this part here. If you want to be like JoJo, you can definitely do that. JoJo here, JoJo here, JoJo everywhere. So I will just keep it like that. Yeah, I can also put it like this, like we're in the moon or something. I just play with these colors to see if I can find something that is not too JoJo. Okay, just leave it like that. Then we can play with this one. This one, for example. We can just leave it there. Go back here. This one I'll actually change a lot, so just try to we can play with it like this a little bit, and you can also change the color too. Okay, I will just leave it like that, and then you have this one. It's the absorption scale, which is nice. As you can see, I already come with a lot of emissive lining. That's great. We're gonna do that. We're gonna use it later, but for now, I'm just gonna keep anything to the bare minimum, something like that, and then try to change some of these settings here. Just play with the settings a little bit. Find something you like, and if you like it, then just keep it. This one we're gonna leave it like that. And then the art direction, sky luminance factor, we can always change the color of the sky. If we want some kind of purple sky, we don't really need to be that purple and only be like this. Or we can have something like green or blue. Anything is fine actually. Okay, let's just go back to this one. Okay, and that's it. Then the height fog contribution, you want to put a lot of fog or not, and you also can change this thing. Now let's go here to what I find it's the most important thing to do before anything is if I go here to detail lining by pressing Alt 5, I can change the lining of this. And what I want to find is I will go to my directional light, and what I will do is to find here indirect lining. I will put 0, and I will increase the intensity to something like 100. Okay, now this will make my directional light very strong, so bear with me for a moment. The skylight I will put 0. So now what I can see is my shadows and my whites, the lights and shadows. So I will go to the directional light again, and this time I'm going to find a shadow that I like. Okay, so let's just go back here. Something like that, or I find like maybe here is a good idea. Maybe here. Okay, I like the design of this. Just by pressing Control L, you can actually rotate the highlight. Okay. Just put things like this. Okay, so now I have a very interesting shadow pattern. Here is black, here is white, here is black, here is white, here is black, here is white. I like it. I'm gonna keep it, but it's too strong. So let's go back to what we had before. We're gonna put our skylight back to 1, and this will make everything more balanced. Okay, and now we're gonna go here to our directional light, and we're not gonna put 100 for this. We're gonna put 10. There you go. And now if you want, you can always change this uh, however you want. It really doesn't matter. Okay. Um, so a little bit there you go. You can also go full black, and you will see. Uh, I actually like it because I have a lot of emissive lining. So, for example, if I put this one like this, you will find that my city is actually filled by emissive lights, and I like it. Uh, okay, so I'm just gonna leave it like that. The next thing is we're gonna use the post processing. So let's do that now. So in order to change the post process, we can go here to place, then go to visual effects, and then go to post process volume. This little box here is just a volume. If I enter this box, you will be able to see the post process volume. Okay, so let me just go very quickly to tell you what exactly it does. For example, I can change the saturation here. And as I go like this way, it's gonna lose the post process. As I enter here, I have the post process like this. So this gives you a lot of flexibility where you want to change different post process in different areas of your level. In my case, I just want to put extent, infinite extent, click check. And now I don't really need to be inside the box to check the post process volume. Now, inside the post process volume, you have a lot of options here. I'm going to show you the ones that I find the most, you know, coolest one, let's just say. The bloom for sure. So if I put the bloom and put something like this, it's like very fantasy. You can also change the bloom to convolution. Okay, and this will give you like more cinematic effect like this. This one is more heavy. Just keep that in mind, and the intensity you can change. Something like that. And if we play, it's even more obvious. Like you can see how everything looks nice with the bloom here. Look at that. Look at this emissive. And we look at what will happen if we put the lights here. Everything will have this nice bloom here that we have in our post processing. Very nice. I don't want to put the intensity too much, but I will put it a little bit. You can put the standard if you want, or the convolution. Of course, the convolution is more expensive, but you know, it's nice to have play from here. Let's increase the size of this. There you go. And you can change the texture, but another thing for another time. By default, it comes with a default texture. Let's go back here to the auto exposure. We can change the exposure here, how much exposure you want. We can leave it at 1. I like the auto exposure, but you can also choose manual, and you can change like how much exposure you want for your scene. I like the auto exposure. I feel it's like more dynamic, so I will just leave it like that. The next, of course, is the min and the max brightness. This will change a lot your composition. I can put 1 and 1, and everything will be a solid, um, just one value here. Like I said, I want this to be more dynamic, so I won't change it. Chromatic aberration, this will just give you a nice touch here, something like that. And start offset, you can change it. I won't put it. Then the local exposure, you can have more contrast or less contrast. By default, you want a lot of contrast. Lens flares, you want to have lens flares here. If you want, you can have it. Okay. Then the big net intensity, you can increase it and see what it looks like. Okay, looks exactly like that. Depth of field, you want to play with these settings until you get like something you want. Typically, if you put something like this, then try to play with the settings a little bit. Like for example, from distance, I can put 30. It's very blurry. I can put 100. I can put 150. 100 looks like a nice value, and then we can change this value 0.90, and we can just basically put whatever. This value here is the one that affects the most. If I put something like 2, most things will be blurred, and I don't want that. If I put 50, it's a lot of blurred things. If I put 80, too much. Actually, 100, 110 should be okay. 120. We want to blur some things too. Okay, then we go to the temperature. The temperature, we can change it here to something like more cold or more warm. Depends on what you're looking for. You're looking for something this warm like this, or do you want something cooler like this? You don't want to go all the way like super hot or super cold. Depends on what you're looking for. By default, is like this. You can have it cooler. We can have it warmer. Keep it warmer for now. You can also change the tint, like more magenta or more green. Uh, Depends on what you're looking for. By any means, do not play with the value. Go to the streams. Always try to go like little details here, just a tiny bit. And you have the saturation. Of course, you can increase it if you want or decrease it. I find that putting a little bit of saturation helps. See, and I find that we have a lot of blurs, so let's just put something like 100, 150 or 200. Okay, let's put 150. Much better. And maybe the blur here is too much. Let's just increase it, just something like that. Yeah, there you go. Now let's continue. We finish in the saturation. Contrast, of course, if you want more stylized, go more contrast. If you want more realistic, go less contrast. That's basically the rule. Contrast is what makes your images look quite nice. So I find that if I want something realistic, maybe I can go for something like 0.93, something like that. If I put 1, too much contrast. If I put 1.2, it's too much. If I put 2, you know what happens here. So I will put 0.94, maybe, something like that. The gamma, of course, is how bright or how dark. We just leave it like that. Okay. The shadows can have saturation if you want. I find it's a nice touch. So you can put a little bit. You can put less contrast or more contrast in the shadows. And the midtones and everything, we're just gonna leave it like that. Next thing is the film. This one is one of the most important ones. Globe will change the contrast, and the toe will also change the contrast. Have something like this. There you go, something like that. The shoulder, I believe sometimes it changes, sometimes it doesn't. Yeah, it's like the top part. You can increase the contrast of the top part by using this one. Global illumination, we're not gonna fix anything of this. And the aiming cube map, you can just put something like this. If you have a cube map texture, ambient occlusion, you can increase the radius of the ambient occlusion if you want. I find that in Unreal 5 it doesn't make much impact. Motion blur, if we're moving, we will feel it. So for example, here, just a tiny bit. Here, there you go. Nice. I like this bloom here, the pollution bloom. Oh yeah, great. Uh, let's remove the motion blur, and then that's it. You can have a little bit of film grain if you want. Like this is very subtle, but no, you can have it. You can play with the grain intensity, like less or more, or the textile size. You can put like big or small. Something like this should be okay. Just the tiny bit of grain, and that's it. That's it for the post processing. Let's go and try to change the lights a little bit to do it more interesting. Okay, so before changing the lighting, let's grab one of these meshes here, and what we can do is to actually put it somewhere in the background here, and we can always make it bigger, things like that. There you go, and you can rotate it, put it in position here, something like that. And you can do the same here. We can put another mountain here. Try to, there you go. I like it. Personally, I like it a lot. Let's just leave it there. And also here, you may want to have another one just in case. But we're not really gonna see it from here. Uh, it's okay. We're not gonna see this part of the map. Um, Next thing, we're gonna go here to the skylight, go to the details, and here by default is real-time capture. It's on. You wanna leave it like that. Sky distance threshold, and leave it like that. This intensity scale is what you want to play with. So by default is 1, and you can always change the aligning of this. For example, you can something like a purple thing or pinky if you want. like it's like the tint of the shadow. Imagine like the sky is blue and it reflects blue, so you want the skylight to be a little bit bluish. You can definitely do that. By default, it's like total neutral color. And if you want something blue, you can definitely go like this. Like everything, don't go too extreme. Okay. Indirect lighting intensity, the more indirect, for example, I put 50, like most things will be, it's very hard to hide from the shadows. Advanced capture image, you can check this one, or it's a lower emissive color, like this one, for example, and then you can change something. Cast static shadows, cast dynamic shadows, everything here, you want to leave it like that. The next one is a directional light. You may want to play with the color here. First is the source angle. You can change the source angle and how soft it can be. Then it's a temperature, how hot or how cold you want it to be. I find that this one works fine for us. Indirect lighting intensity, of course, we're gonna leave it like 1. We put 10, you know what happens here. We will have global illumination everywhere. And that's fine. But 1 is good enough. 0, we don't have anything. Okay, so let's just put 1. And then it's the light color. You can try to change like the color of the sun if you really want to go crazy here. I find a little bit of that tint can work. Um, Probably we're still in, I don't know. We also have a sun here. Maybe, I don't know, something like this. It can work. And to put the icing on the cake, you have this light shaft. You can always go here and light shaft bloom. So if you put this one and put the occlusion here, you don't see anything, but as soon as I check this one, you will see that I have my light shaft. So I can play with my life shaft here, and I can basically have something really nice. I will just leave it as it was before. We'll just maybe put something like this. And whenever you see the light shaft, you will be able to see this. You can always increase the bloom scale if you want, or change the threshold to not be very uh, intense. Or you can also change like the shadows that comes with the occlusion. Sometimes you see them, sometimes you don't. But in any case, for example, here, and increase something of this. Okay, you don't see it. Anyway, can also change the tint here. Great, it's really nice actually. You can have a lot of fun with these settings. Next thing I'm gonna change is the fog. Go to exponential height fog, and I'm gonna change this. The first thing I'm gonna change is the volumetric fog. I'm gonna put it there, and then I can change the scattering distribution and the extinction scale, and just put it like this. Now I can change the view distance. Like if I want to take it from here, just like that. And this one, it won't really change, but I can actually change this value here. Okay, and also the albedo. If I want like fog like this or another color, I can definitely do that. I would leave it like that. The emissive also, you can put something like this if you want. Not that I recommend, but you can definitely do that. So basically, the extinction scale will give us a lot of options. Okay, well, let's try to play our game one more time. Hey, so I like it. Now, one thing you will notice is that a lot of meshes are disappearing, especially when I just play from here. So we will deal with that. Ah, sorry. We will deal with that in the the next part. So how do we fix the objects from disappearing from distance? If we hit play, you will see that mm, some objects disappear. Take a look at this view here. If I press escape, you will see that some of them are disappearing. For example, this part, this background mountain, and I don't really want that because this background mountain need to be persistent. I know that the player is not close, but I want them to look from distance. So what I will do is to select both of them. Actually, select all the meshes that I feel like they need to be there for sure. For example, uh, this one too. Okay, basically my background. And what I will do here is go here to the World Partition, and I will put this specially loaded. I will click off. Now when I play it, you will see that I can see more meshes here. Okay, let me play from here. Yeah, now I can see my meshes from distance, even though we're still from afar. They're still always loaded because they are not loaded based on distance anymore. This is a easy way to fix this. Some people have troubles with the world partition system because of this. I find that for me, this one works quite well. So I wanted to show you this part. So let's play our game one more time. You can see how the light shapes actually help you a lot. Even though we're not watching the sun, it's really nice to see all this post-processing and everything come together. Maybe here we may need to put some meshes there to polish a little bit, but in any case, and also here some meshes will help. Then we will go here to our ship where we will travel here and we will go through all of these things. And you can see that as I continue, these parts are not exactly pretty. So I will put some meshes here. This one I will do on my side. I'm sure you know how I will do it. Actually, I will just, you can just grab one of this, hold it down. That's it. Okay, something like that. Um, but I will put something here, and then we will just land here. And our mesh is too big here. I can either move this one up, just like this, or I can move this one down. Whatever you want. So now that we have this, let's try to put some final touch in our environment, which is pretty much done. But let's try to make it to have more life. Before we wrap up this video, there's something really cool I want to show you. We created this spaceship and you can ride on it, you can add VFX and everything, and all the tutorials are for free in our channel, so you can create the same thing for your project. I'm going to show you what it looks like. If you haven't seen it, I can just walk here. I can press F, and then my ship will be ready to add some VFX, and then I can ride on it. Let me put a bigger screen. I can just ride on this ship. I can go up and down, and I can land if I want here. There you go. Okay, so I want to import this project into the environment we have created so we can have a small little game in our environment. So what I will do is, as you can see here, I have the ship tutorial, and I'm gonna go here, right click, go to migrate, and this will migrate my whole project that I have been using for this ship project. I can go here, and I can go here to downloads. I can go back to my project, go to content folder, and here you will select the folder, and then you can just go click yes, and it will start migrating your project. So I will open up our previous project and take a look of how it looks like now. Okay, so now that we have our ship, let's set it up so that we can play with it. We need to go to the world settings here, and instead of using this third person game mode, we're going to use the GM Minerva, which Grant created in that tutorial. Okay, and just by doing that, I already changed the game mode. Then I need to put my ship here, so I'm gonna delete this one, and I'm gonna go to control space, and here in the ship tutorial, I will grab my ship here, and I will just put it in position here. Let me just rotate it a little bit and move it up. It's just something like that. And we can just, let me delete those because I really don't want the collision to mess up with the gameplay. So this looks okay to me. Let's play. So let's just go back here and play from here. And now you will see that I have my first person mode. Just press F11 here. A little bit laggy. Okay, there you go. You see this texture streaming pool? If you want, you can put streaming pool size, and then you can put like 8,000 or something like that. There, it's gone. So now I can just walk here. Now you will see that I have my spaceship here. I will just walk into the spaceship. I will press F, and you will see now that press up, I can move my spaceship here. And now I can fly through different parts of my level here. You see some of the areas are loading. That's because a very big level. So here we will need to some parts make it like stop popping out and this kind of thing. And it's just a matter of tweaking. As you can see, I add some elements here, some background, everything, and just land here. Maybe here. Let's here. Let's just go down. There you go. And that's it. So thank you so much for watching the tutorial. I hope that this has been helpful to you. If you want to look for more, take a look at our YouTube channel. We have more tutorials. If you want to take a look how this ship was built, if you want to take a look at how the VFX were done, we also have those in the tutorials in our YouTube channel. And of course, don't forget to grab the kit from KitBash3D. If you want to use this one, then feel free to download it. I think it's totally worth it. It comes with so many meshes, so many different things you can do with everything. And of course, you can create this kind of thing really, really fast. And this took me around 4 hours, but actually, if I'd make it without teaching, it should take much less. So actually, you really save a lot of time, money, and it's just amazing kit to get. So thank you so much for watching. I will see you in the next one. Bye.